busy.
Oh, all the cameras are showing black.
Yeah, and it's taking for a while for them to catch up. I don't know what to do. It's just after a minute they'll show up.
Well, I think Cayenne officially got her job and killed everybody out of madness.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know why they're taking forever to connect.
So the question I have, right, is you have wizards in these magical worlds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why are there not any more creative, like crazy diseases and debilitating things that they can do?
A lot of people are immune to said diseases and such, I guess.
What if they work with their god and they create butt leakage of doom?
I don't have an answer for you on that one, Chief.
Like, under a full moon, your butthole literally becomes a fire hydrant of anguish.
Don't know.
No.
This is not the
Holy shit, that is taking a Sweet Mary.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It's...
This is not the right one. That's okay.
Well, we got Nikolai on the screen.
Woo! Hey.
Maybe it's the humidity in here. I don't know.
Yeah, so far the DM and the second table are not showing up.
It is really humid in here, like way more than it should be.
Yeah, it's like 70%.
It's so
I don't know why.
Cheddar farted.
Oh, there we go. Cool. We are officially alive across the board.
So I guess don't change cameras a bunch of times?
I don't plan on it. We're going to stay here until we go to break. So, hello everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, where I discuss really obscurely strange and disturbing things in D&D and invoke horrifying thoughts. Just a reminder, so that people can plan accordingly. We will be off the air for the 9th of September. So the tavern will be closed that day, and Tom will be floating in a swimming pool of Jell-O, eating cupcakes off of someone's belly. I don't know, man.
What?
He
Tom,
parties
this
like
is
a rock
not
star on
something
his
I
days
wanted to
off.
hear.
I mean, look at that! Look at that hair.
Okay, the Jell-O and cupcakes, kind of on board with. I'm not saying that I wouldn't do this. I'm just saying,
Dude, with your hair down like that, you totally look like you will do a line of coke off of Coker's butt.
Dude, you look like an 80s rock boy.
Reminder to self, get a haircut.
You will snort cocaine from places that are unmentionable.
well,
Anyway,
not
welcome to
because
the
I have,
Brawling
like, an
Dragon
aversion to
Tavern.
cocaine, but I have to have somebody else involved.
Our doors are officially open. Dude, there is a joke there. I'm not going to go there tonight. I already beat you up enough about it as is.
Thank you.
So we're officially open our doors for tonight's session. And we're going to go ahead and jump into the recap. There's really not a whole lot to recap. There were some big things discussed at last game. So Cayenne, start us off. You can do that first.
Well, after we had met Sunny disembarking off of the ship, Sunny meeting Maggie, we all were taken inside. Then I remember Sir Mir being there, him turning into basically the kaiju version of his species, but more like a crocodile. then
There's a film
everyone
for that.
got on the defensive of Maggie, who was protecting himself because it was clear that Sir Mir wanted to attack and kill him. So Cayenne went to Maggie's aid. Feisty was on her headdress, though. I remember now, in kitten form, playing with tassels on it, so now I'm wondering, did she stay on my head the entire time we were fighting?
I wouldn't actually say no to that because it is a perfect nap spot for her.
But Cayenne, she attacked Sir Mir and ended up using her glaive to pin him to the ground. Sorry, my cat was screaming at me.
Mars.
Yeah. That distracted me for a second. Well then, Sir Mir went back to normal size when Kippa showed up. Cayenne tried to be as gentle as she could to remove her glaive from Sir Mir.
Yeah, you had a pin between both his arms so he couldn't use them.
Yep.
Natural 20s do fun stuff.
Yeah. So do natural ones.
That's true too.
After all of that, Osling and Alufa showed up. Everyone went to chat with everybody. We all had our own private meetings with Kippa.
Did I just lose her, or is she still here?
She's
Yeah.
still talking.
Oh. My headset went
Um,
off. Wonderful. It should have plenty of charge. I don't know why. Whatever. One thing at a time.
Cayenne basically had a normal chat with Kippa, let her know about Cayenne's family past for a little bit. And then
Yeah, that's a
They-
heap of grenades being dropped there is like,
yeah. After the meeting with Kippa, Cayenne left to catch up with Osling and Alufa. And they just embraced each other in a hug. Cayenne did discover, and she knew based off of what she had seen, that now Osling and Alufa are a unit, which is great.
they balance each other out so well.
Mm-hmm. The biggest thing that happened for Cayenne was that she is now engaged to Lomion, who sacrificed the appearance of being a beholder for good.
Yeah.
And then we had the huge meeting early in the morning. Lomion and Cayenne together at the meeting, and then everyone finding out that now Cayenne and Lumion are engaged.
And everybody is delighted. Oh no, you know what the worst thing about this whole marriage thing for Cayenne is?
Hmm.
She's nobility, and you know how nobilities give gifts.
She's going to receive the most elaborate stuff from all like the major courts and such.
All these people are going to be congratulating her, and just like all these gifts are just going to be piling up.
That's gonna be lovely to deal with.
Well, that might be a whole session in itself, is the marriage. What else happened?
Not really too much else.
Yeah, everybody was just
Did-
kind of getting settled back into the town and updating everything. Another big thing was that it was 8 months later, and you're well into the winter time at this point.
Yeah,
God, I
yeah,
wish
yeah,
it was
yeah.
wintertime right now.
You and me both.
That I did forget to add, and that there's basically a war on our home.
Yeah. Go for it. Get it, Tom.
Yeah, so we disembarked the Maw. Immediately run into Sunny, which is awesome. Maggie he just breaks down and starts crying. Which is, kind of understandable. That's when we started to suspect that a little bit more time passed than we originally thought. But Sunny refused to mention exactly how much. So we were on our way. Yeah, actually, we got to the doorstep of
The family home.
yeah, the family home. Maggie, also very understandably, didn't want to step foot inside of one.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I need to make sure that he's still on the list.
And that maybe nothing bad happens.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to be walking into one of those homes for kind of a while, so
Yeah,
we got some time. So Sunny takes us to one of their safe houses, and through a very elaborate and what seems to be nothing connected lock, involving pushing a couple of stones over here, rearranging a few things, taking some berries from here, moving it over there, probably saying a few words, doing a dance. Gets the door open. This place Maggie's okay with. Start filling Sunny in on a few of the family exploits. And then Sirmir walks in, takes one look at Maggie and decides he needs to die, apparently. Something about Maggie's stabbing Scav's dad. What the fuck was his name again?
Get in the back.
Tegan, that's it. Oh,
Fuck. Yeah, fuck your dad. I even forgot his name.
we all know I'm bad with names. Yeah, stab
So you
Tegan in
just
the back.
remember, forget it, seek it.
Yeah,
It kind of rhymes.
stabbed Seagate in the back and then slit his throat. But as we all surmise, that's the goody two shoes until we come up with a better moniker. Copy, clone, whatever the fuck that. I'm still using the term spell. Others refer to it as abomination of magic, whatever. Created. Probably also loyal to the evil Rurik. Again, clone or whatever, not sure. Yeah, and all of us doing our best to stop Sirmir and kind of only Cayenne succeeding. Everybody else just getting in the way, but not effectively. Kippa finally comes in before shit gets really serious. Calms him down, calms down Mongo with the calm emotion spell. We explain the current running theories to Sirmir, then agrees to chill out. Baggy then kind of gets a look at some of the spells that have been cast on him, and yeah, confirms that kind of a lot of modified memories have been used to the point where I don't know how much of what Seagate knows can be reliable.
You mean Sirmir?
That might even not be his real name either. We don't know. But Maggie does offer to help Sir Mir to kind of straighten things out. Let's see, after that,
Found her name.
was it after that we got to have the one-on-ones with Kippa, or did we have the meeting first?
It was the actual meeting first.
Okay, it
and
was
then
the meeting
one-on-ones.
first.
The one-on-ones.
That's where we all found out that the troubles in the Obscura continent. That still got to ask you, man, how and why the fuck did they create a continent, or island, or however big it is actually under the control of an abyssal black dragon, who is apparently the son of the dragon that Seagate led an uprising against and murdered. Which was fun. Then we got each to have a one-on-one with Kippa. And that was enlightening. Mongo got a couple of the big concerns on his mind taken care of. Which is awesome. Also found out that Kippa has been basically creating dossiers on every member of the Obscura, which would be a very interesting read.
Oh yeah, you guys you found out as a group basically that Kippa has been.
Has read every book. Not just that she can get her hands on, but every book in the city. And I think she has all of them memorized, which is kind of insane.
Confirm suspicion.
Yeah. I still say eidetic memory would be fucking awesome.
Yeah. Then again, there's few things that you've heard that you wish you could forget.
So you have that ability, right? But it's always only for awkward moments, so you only remember.
Oh, that would suck.
Oh, that's just no.
In mind, but only for like awkward moments.
Yeah.
Only for the worst memories you just can't forget.
Oh, good.
It's not worse. It's just awkward moments.
Okay.
So if
Yeah.
every single awkward interaction you've ever had in your life, you remember it crystal clear and perfect in every detail.
I mean, that could be useful though. You can be like, "Hey, I remember this. I know how to avoid it now."
True.
But yeah, Kippa then appoints Feisty as one of the ladies of the land,
Yep.
and to help celebrate, is going to organize a barbecue contest where Feisty is the only judge.
Off stream, it was clarified that generally with the title of lady comes land, and it's decided in that sense that she would be basically the lady of the market when you guys get back home. So
Like all markets for
Yeah.
of SM Crest?
yeah.
All right.
But yeah,
That was pretty great.
yeah, yeah. We found out at some point, Diane got engaged, and we haven't had a chance to make any dumb jokes about it. Yeah, I've been holding on to that one for a couple of days. God, what happened after all that?
Not a lot. You guys started going in
Yeah.
your own directions eventually. You went to go meet up with your sister and your father,
Yeah.
and then also meet up with various people to start things.
Oh yeah, we found one of Cayenne's plants breeding.
Yep, full on reading a newspaper, and I believe was drinking tea, drinking something.
Yes, it also had a monocle too, even though it has no eyes.
Yep, that too.
Yep. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank after all that.
It's okay. Go ahead, Nikolai.
Okay, so as I recall things, we got off the ship, being greeted by Sunny. At which point, like, Maggie, like, immediately, like, went to go, like, surrender himself to the guards, and they were confused. A few of us told him that he's a free man, he doesn't have to do that, several times. And then when he got embraced by his daughter, he broke down in tears again. We finally, we found out that this is not just a couple months later, but Sonny wouldn't tell us. Ended up going to the family house, and Maggie would not step foot in there again, which is probably a good thing, because don't know whether or not he safely can now. It may have been tracked or whatever by Evil Rurik or Goody Two Shoes Maggie or whatever. So we ended up going to a safe house in the Lower Crest that Sonny knew about. At which point, as mentioned, there was a little bit of scuffle with Sir Mir going kaiju size and trying to kill Maggie. Nikolai immediately called into Millum again using the Sending Stone to tell her that she needs to get Kippa here immediately, because he's not listening to anything Scav is telling him. He's trying to kill Maggie. At which point we actually ended heading into combat, and due to Jezzy's miraculous natural 20, she was able to subdue him for a bit, up until the point where Kippa was able to come in and do like calm emotions on both Dermir and Mongo. And we were able to find out some information as far as that Sir Mir remembers that Maggie backstabbed Stiget and Ithos. And after some time, Maggie was able to get an idea of how screwed up Sir Mir's memory has been, and offered to assist, that he thinks he can help him in due time. So, and we talked to him about that, and he wasn't sure that he wanted to know the truth, the actual memories and stuff like that. And one comment Nikolai made is like, it may be uncomfortable, but you know it to be the truth. So, and then shortly after that, he decided to accept that help. So maybe that helped him. Let's see. And then we ended up kind of splitting up into the sub-family groups, at which point Osling, Alufa, and Cayenne left to do their thing. Finding out later on that Lomion proposed to Cayenne. Scav and Kippa and Sir Mir went off, and that's where Scav found out that he's going to be a papa.
Yeah, he hasn't shared that with the group yet.
Yeah.
I mean, Cayenne already knows.
And then Nikolai
Cayenne has known the whole time.
and Nikolai and Millum spent the last hours of the day catching up and sharing their creations with each other. Finding out that a harmless bad joke would have been really bad. Calling the information broker the meatball. later on, understanding why that was not a good joke to say. I still am at loss to know that everybody but Cayenne knows that Lomion is the information rogue. I didn't think that was revealed, but if it was, it was. And then the next morning came along. We had a little console with Kippa and the war console. Met a dandy corgi knight. Found out that no one's heard from Wraith yet. But in a don't know means, not like we think she's dead. She left and then all our scrying disappeared on her. So we don't know what happened to her.
The two others that were sent as spies did come back dead.
The other two that were sent as spies did come back dead. Yeah, just their heads were sent back or something. See what else. Oh yeah, Nikolai found out that in sharing information, we found out that a couple of the members of the council already have suspicions of where these vessels to phylacteries, I guess, maybe to capture and defeat evil Rourke. I guess Skip is already beginning to assemble 3 other teams to go after him, because our research shows that no fewer than 4 exist. So she's going to assemble 3 other teams. Like 3 or 4 people already kind of volunteered, like knowing that they will probably die, which is kind of cool. Crazy, but cool.
Yeah, the strike teams their leadership is special. The wizard that.
Yeah, I'm gonna want to hang out with that dude. It's like as soon as he finds out, it's just like he's so gung ho about it. It's like, no, I'm just gonna take all of my wands and just use them all at once. That should take care of the problem. Should be interesting if nothing else. So just like, all right, I got to talk to this man before he might not come back.
Found out that in our individual conversations, Nikolai found with Kippa, Nikolai found out that Chris, right? Chris, captain of the mall, Chris, Priscilla has has signed up to join the fight. We have full use of the mall in our needs for our trial, which is fucking awesome. But then also found out that Tim and Cog are at odds with each other on how to outfit the maw and other warring vessels, and found out that there is a gnomish cleric to, the gnomish gods, Carl Goldthumb, aka Garl Glittergold, and Eureka in town that I think she said she brought in to help Pot a little bit. But anyways,
you also found out the bombshell about your father's.
Yeah, and found out that, well, although my father at one time was welcomed into the gnomish city, that more than likely, absolutely probably guaranteed, that it was Rurik that broke those bonds by threatening to blow up the city. So there's a little bit of work to do there. Can't really remember much of anything else past that.
Okay. All right, Scab.
So yeah, started off with Sir Mir losing his shit.
Fuck all the getting off the boat shit. We're jumping right to that.
No, we did get off the boat where Maggie did in fact try and basically turn himself over to the guards, but we let the guards know, like, hey, no, he's all right. He's just kind of, a little bit broken. Didn't want to step foot into the house, so we went to the secret house that Sunny knew about, which the most elaborate locking mechanism ever that required a bunch of like weird stuff. But hey, what it is, I guess. Like, they have their own unique ways. Cool. Sarmir, his mind is being altered by false memories as far as we know. We don't know the extent of how bad it is. And because of that, once Kippa stepped in to go ahead and help secure the situation, it was brought up that Maggie revealed just how bad it potentially can be, but he can fix it. It's just going to take a long time. So after that, we all kind of went our own separate ways. Kippa dragged Scav, well, technically Sarmir dragged Scav along with Kippa back to the main house where
You got footballed for the first time.
yeah.
And you're like, put me down, and that's how you ended up getting back to the house. Just football the entire trip.
Yep. But found out that Scav's a dad now. There's an egg and a nurse there that's been looking after it while Kippa's been busy, and Kippa has indeed been busy, more or less as like the leader of the war council. And
She's living up to her job title.
yeah. And a bombshell was dropped for her, actually, that she may actually be a very remarkably rare type of dragon, and the fact that she has read everything and memorized it all kind of confirms some of those suspicions, but it's not 100% guaranteed. Skyward stayed the night there at the house while everybody else did their own things. Did not leave that room. Come the morning, met Sir Beagle, a old corgi knight that joined the war effort, who's extremely jovial and absolutely charismatic. I love this guy. He's pretty cool. Let's both Sir Amir and Kippa know that, hey, what's about to happen in the meeting is not gonna be pleasant, because there's a lot of stuff that the original Obscura did that's kind of not very cash money. So
We're all just cringing there at that one. Wow.
would you put it any other way?
Yeah, I probably would.
So look,
So, are you going to go full juggalo on us?
we had the meeting.
Oh, is he the paladin of thugonomics?
And basically explained, yeah, some shit's fucked up. Mom and Dad made a lot of enemies, and everybody else kind of did as well, and we have four potential leads that we know for a fact. One is the fact that the original pirate lord, their daughter killed them. We don't know on whose side she's on. She could be an ally, she could be an enemy. She might be entirely neutral. We know that there is a wizard that was practicing necromancy stuff currently on the run. We don't know anything about what's going on with that one other than it's already been reported, but we know that they had a very specific type of skull with them that had marks for it. We know that they, the original Obscura, really pissed off the Dreadlord and staked his balls with the silver stake.
It
So-
gave him a new piercing.
Yeah. He definitely does not like Scav for that one because of what Sigurd did. And we know that the dragon that is currently ruling over Essencrest as a tyrant is the offspring of the original dragon that Sigurd and Sir Mir had slain.
Well, under the employ of
Bahamut's.
No.
Damn it.
Yeah.
And it was also shared that before Sigurd became Paladin of Bahamut, he was actually a Paladin or champion of Tiamat.
Yeah.
And also
Yeah,
Took some goading for Scav to reveal that, and
Well, to be fair,
Kippa chewed about was like, I need all the information, not just little bits and pieces.
Sir Mir's memory is so fucked up that You drop that bombshell. I don't know if he remembers or not.
The other thing is that it was also revealed that Ithos fucked around with fate a lot, abused her powers, and as far as we know, that specific type of dragon could potentially be extinct. But she also made a lot of enemies for the Obscura as well that we know nothing about. So we don't know still. And after that, we had our one-on-ones. Feisty was crowned Lady Feisty of Barbecue of Essex Crest and deemed the keeper of the market when things finally settled down. Time was spent. Scavard set up a thing for Kippa whenever she's done. He was actually going to cook for her, and after that, he went to go and see how the were the gnomes or halfling? I think they were gnomes that worked the gem shop, and then after that was going to go to the temple, and that's where we left off.
All right. I kept her chunky right now because of a lot of fucking shit is going on. So, jumping into tonight's session. The family has departed and gone their own separate ways to take care of their own threats and to start to null over the events to come. Kippa having taken her position of leadership and told essentially the current new Obscura that you will go to the Burning Temperament and that's where I need you.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
That's the other thing is we got to go there.
And with that knowledge, the family takes some much needed time off from the fact of the noose around their neck of their parentage. It was revealed that Cayenne had picked up that it was now winter, but however, Sunny had filled in the full truth that it was 8 months later. And that you all find yourself within the month of Soonmorn, the path of darkness, the almost to the end of the year. 1 month remains before the New Year month.
Alrighty.
As you start to settle back in, having been in the Astral Sea, you can see around you the signs of celebration throughout the city as the summer is long gone and now people begin to worship the patronage of winter and celebrate in their ways that they do for the winter time. Decorations going up, various ornaments going up as well to ward off evil spirits into houses. And you work your way up to the docks or to the temple.
Yes, this for my first step is to go to the temple.
The temple to meet up with Pot and the gnomish priestess there.
Yes.
You head off to meet up with your sister and your father, and you try to figure out what to cook for your wife. And the realization as you start to head down to the marketplace hits you that you're going to have to find a path forward because now you have a family back home. And Cayenne, you find yourself in the Druid Circle in all of its blessings along with Lumion as the snow piles around you gently. The trees barren for the winter, the signs all around you that the new year is coming. And with that, we're going to start with you, Manga. As you get back home and open the door. And you open the door and you head into this locale of Sunny's hidden nook in a wall. And you see her looking underneath a table. And you see it's very peculiar how she is there. She's leaned over, she has her hat on the table. And she has like what looks like a bowl with some soup in it. She's like, come on out, I have food. I have foods. You can come out now. And you obviously put two together that she's trying to get Maggie out from underneath a dark spot within the house since he's so used to that.
Yeah. don't know how much we've told you about the house we found him in.
She nearly drops the bowl and looks over at you. And the bowl, you see the bowl itself, it kind of spins a little bit and food had gotten everywhere. And you see it kind of like shake a little bit, and you see like an arm come out of it, and another arm come out of it, and it pushes itself on the ground. Just 4 little like pot-like legs come out of it, and it starts scooping the food back into itself.
So handy.
I mean, that's kind of better than prestidigitation. You get the food back, I guess.
You can use prestidigitation to get the food back.
I suppose you could.
And Sunny's like, I'm not used to use beanbag kids.
Yeah, we kind of spend a lot of time. We spend more time away than we do anywhere else. But yeah, we're here for a little bit. Hopefully don't cause too much disruption. But yeah, since on the astral plane the time flows differently there. And with as long as he was tied up, it was about 400 years.
And she pauses for a moment. She's like, oh, that's... I need more paws to count on. She shakes her hand. You see all these ethereal paws there. She's like, I don't have enough.
Yeah. Apparently wasn't just locked in the house either. Depending on which, the whole house became a maze, and that was probably the best plot.
She comes over and she just kind of gives you a gentle hug, and she's like, well, Dad's here now, even if he's kooky.
Yeah. So we're probably going to need to find somebody who can help him work through all of that.
Well, I can put word out to see if I can get someone that could help him. And as you're there and you're like talking to Sunny about this, Coin's like, help who? And she walks up and she just offers you a drink. And it smells like hot chocolate, but there's something much more going on there, as with any drink Coin hands you. And she hands one over to Sunny as well, and Sunny looks at it and she's like, you see her cast some sort of spell and removes the alcohol from it. Just starts drinking the hot cocoa. It's just hot cocoa. And she's like, she looks over at you, like nudging, like nodding towards your drink.
Cheers.
And she taps her glass and she takes a drink. And you, the strong alcohol taste hits you on the bottom. Like you're realizing there's probably this much hot chocolate and this much alcohol.
It's basically just hot chocolate flavored booze.
Hot chocolate with like a splash of booze.
It's like some sort of cream liqueur that she found that the pub is selling him. Oh. And Coin's like, so whose are we talking about?
So you know how we said our parents were all dead?
6 feet under.
Yeah, turns out we were slightly incorrect.
I met another tabaxi once named Slightly Incorrect. They had a lazy eye.
It kind of works.
They're actually a wonderful, wonderful barbarian.
I love them already.
They had a snaggletooth, and they're just wonderful to be around. Very pleasant. They really. Oh, I traveled with them for a little bit, and she sits on the table and she's just taking a drink. And she's like, "Yeah, they really love to croquet. They just sit there and just make blankets and shirts for all of us. It was wonderful."
Like that. Going on with Mongo's name being an acronym slightly incorrect. It'd be a barbarian named Stick.
So,
Yeah, we sort of. You know how they have a bunch of the houses set up in varying locations?
yeah.
Yeah, they had one in the Astral Sea.
Oh, that place. I won't go there. The time is too fucky for me.
Yeah.
But I like to get drunk, and you can't tell how far in you're there.
Well, this one they decided to lock somebody up for, a little over 4 centuries.
You heard about genies? Jinn. Well, you've heard of the Ganassi,
Mm-hmm.
or the elemental people, as it's politely called. They're descendants of the Jinn. Some Jinn are actually in prison, from what you were describing. Where it's not a, "Oh, I'm trapped in a pleasant place for hundreds of years by myself." No, it's a hellhole that you're going to be tortured in for hundreds of years.
You just gave me a fucking wonderful idea. I think I know who to talk to now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, Corinne! The hole in the wall.
Oh, yeah, yes. Correct.
Yeah, her husband. Oh, fuck, if anybody who knows how to deal with that, it's gotta be him.
Yeah.
Especially for the fucking length of time.
Yeah, I was just thinking, it's like when you said that, I was like, he's thinking the same thing I am, isn't he?
Oh. But, yeah, due to some verbal manipulations, most of the Obscura turned their back on Maggie and locked him away.
And she looks underneath the table, setting down her drink carefully. The hood that she's wearing a vest with a hood on it, and it kind of falls over her ears.
Does the hood have little ears that cover her ears?
A little ear hole.
Little ear holes. That's great.
And,
Fucking adorable.
and she's got this big scarf on that just hides most of her face. And she's looking underneath the table, and Maggie comes walking out, staying very cautiously. He comes over to you and he just hugs you very gently, Mongo. He's like, "I'm so proud you have such a smart girlfriend." And Sonny's like, "They really are a wonderful couples."
You're gonna get put together by your father and sister.
This idea of a coin? Maggie. Our father.
He walks over and he just gently bows to her and back. Oh, things don't heal as well here. Oh. And she's like, "I've never seen a munchkin as old as this. He looks good for his age." He's like, he leans in and he picks up her drink and he starts drinking. She's like,
I should probably also
"I
mention.
suppose your father can give us a toast to our relationship." And he gives you a wink.
Oh.
And he sends you a message. One of those things. She has something, you can barely see her hand moving. You can tell that at this point the coin is so fluid in being a bard that just the general jester could be casting a spell.
Yeah.
And it comes in your head and she's like, we're not gonna break his fucking heart.
Yep. I should probably mention that on top of being an acclaimed wizard of illusions, he's also studied the, God, how do you guys put this? The school of eloquence and of
Oh.
the school of, oh God, sorry, what was the other one? Look at Maggie.
Maggie looks over and he kind of just like, he's looking in this drink and he's like, he looks at Coin, he's like, dear God, how are you alive? And just over the fact of, let me get it for you real quick there, Tom.
So I know I've got it written down somewhere in this damn book. But one, my handwriting is absolute shit. And two, it's not very well organized.
Glamour.
Glamour, that's right. How could I
Oh
fucking
no,
forget
if a little bit of wine fucked him up. Imagine what this is gonna do.
Oh, he hasn't had a drink in forever.
that? And in his case, it literally counts as forever.
She's just looking at the drink like, he's like looking at this drink and he's like, he sets the glass back down. He's like, I don't want any more of that. And she's just like, so, wow. I'm sure we can get you sorted out, old man. He's like, Maggie, drop the old. She's like, all right, Maggie. Mongo, he's in good hands.
Well, I couldn't quite hear that.
He's in good hands. And Sunny's just like, she just nudges you gently. She's like, you should get going to the hole wall. Take Coin with you. He's like, yes, I'm expecting grandchildren at some point. No, I'm not going to be that parent. Oh, bad taste. Bad taste. And Coin walks over to you and grabs your arm, just gently guides you out.
Yeah. And we're out.
Poor fucking Mongo.
We're not gonna break his fucking heart. Was that a threat towards Mongo?
Coming from a bard like Coin, you'd appreciate this. Yes and no. So maybe. I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna let you stoop because I'm sure you're gonna have to think of how to deal with the questions at the hole.
Yeah.
Cayenne.
God, thank God Coin's coming with.
You find yourself in a druid circle with Lumion. The various bushes planted around there are now sprouting winter berries. They almost look like they're spherical ice cubes, but you can see like the little seeds inside of them, and they have like almost a purplish blue tint. And they kind of pop like when you have an ice cube that's not fully frozen.
So almost like a slush.
Yeah. And they almost have like a winter mint taste to them.
That would be weird.
I'm definitely gonna pluck a few of those.
Cool, but weird.
And they get up to the size of like a large marble, essentially. And Lumion looks over to you and he's like, I didn't mean to embarrass you.
You never embarrassed me.
And he just kind of nods a little bit. He's like, you were gone 8 months.
I was. I I got to help my brother find his dad.
He looks over and he's like, "That's good."
It is good, but it was it was a bit of a troubling experience. He had been he had been gone for over 4 centuries.
I can tell
He
you from experience, being alone that long can do very terrible things to the mind.
apparently he was basically, in a literal sense, torn apart and reassembled every single day.
I wouldn't
He
even do that to someone.
he even he even s- I remember him saying that the last time he tried to step outside that house, he would be disintegrated.
That's a bit much.
Yeah, we
And
finally
who
we
are
got
these
him free.
individuals that put him into such trap?
It was other members of the Obscura.
Now, from my understanding, that they were all friends and considered each other family. Why would they do that to one of their own?
One of the original members of the Obscura made a clone of themselves, and that clone decided to take over and kill the other members. This said clone is now on the path to ascend to a lich.
And he just kind of looked really, really angry in the face for a moment. He kind of, like, it put a really bad taste in his mouth mixed with anger. And he's like, I hate liches.
I've never met one, and I've only heard from my sister Osling that they are all just terrible.
They tear life from everything around them and give nothing back. And the world falls apart around them.
This member may or may not still be alive. And we don't know the current status of if they are an actual lich or not.
But then we all work together to make sure that they find their eternal rest, whether they are make it there in one piece or not. And he reaches in his pocket, he pulls out a small scroll, and you can, the paper itself is like woven gold and silver. And he takes your hands and he puts it into your hands. He's like, "This is something special, Kaya. This is an invitation from a contact I have. This is the only invitation in existence. Whoever you take with you will be permitted entrance, but once this contract and this invitation expires, that it is over. If you take this to the Feywild and you travel to the farthest high point, you will find one of my contacts there. And she lives in obscurity because of who she is. She is a sphinx that can look into the threads of time and give each of you answers. And this is my wedding gift to you."
This is amazing. Thank you.
And he just bows his head gently.
I'm just gonna hug on to him, because that was actually really sweet to do.
And he just hugs back.
Was I able to get some of those snowberries?
Yes, you were. You have about a handful of them, like about 10 of them on like a little bushel.
I'm gonna share them with him, because I'm not sure that he's had these before.
He
Especially
perks
not,
it. Go ahead.
especially not this fresh ones.
He perks up and he looks at them and he's like, and these are
They're snowberries.
snow. He puts one in his mouth and he eats it, and it's kind of like that first time you have a gusher. It's that weird expression you make, and then your eyes like light up a bit after you know what's on the inside of it.
Yep. I imagine, I don't know if you've had these before, but I imagine they taste like blueberry mixed with Mayfield snow cream ice cream.
I have not, but that
I'd
sounds
try
good.
that. I fucking love blueberries.
I do too. Blueberries and raspberries. I love them.
I actually tempted Tom here that I'm going to make some blueberry and goat cheese cookies.
I would try those so fucking fast. It's not even funny.
Those would be really, really good if you added a little bit of, maybe the tiniest bit of cinnamon and brown sugar.
Ooh, that's a really good idea. Might make some of those. That sounds good. Is there anything you would like to do with Lumion, or just simply spend time with him?
Spend time with him. If there's anywhere special that he wants to go to, I'll go with him.
Huh, where would Lumion take Cayenne? He actually takes you to see somebody. He's like, we're gonna go on a small little trip. I want to show you somewhere special.
Okay.
And we'll jump back to you once you guys get to that destination.
Okie doke.
Nikolai,
Yes.
you're off to the temple.
Yep.
All right.
Is Milam busy? Is she hanging out? Hi.
Oh my god, that is so far negative. Jesus.
I guess not.
She would
So
probably
busy,
be,
she forgot your damn name.
she would probably be up at the docks. working.
Okay. Yep, probably. Makes sense. That's fine. Just wanted to know if she was or not.
So,
Head
Yeah,
over
you-
to
the temple.
the temple. See what I can find out.
You head into this clusterfuck of a situation because the temple is currently occupied by 3 high priests, a high priest and 2 high priestess. The
Oh.
Eladrin.
Oh, that's gonna be fun later.
She has guests in her temple that are trying to run things their way. And Pot is not smart enough to understand. Don't tempt her.
So I see Pot causing troubles.
Not necessarily. He's trying to claim things in his own way and go about taking care of the temple in her own way. And you see this Eladrin, like, that's not how. Have you ever had goblin paste? And she's looking extra spicy.
I will try to pull Fot away from the situation by like going over. Hey, Fot, how you doing? Like,
Comes over
try to
and
give
he's
him a hug or whatever.
He's like, Pot is happy to see the Nikolai.
Happy to see you. So I'm pulling, just pulling him away from her.
And she looks over here, she's like, by the gods. I want that one so dead.
And I will chew the fat with him for a few minutes. I'll ask him how things have been going these past 8 months, what he's learned, basically just pulling him away from her for a few minutes while I think of something I'm going to ask him to do. Get him out of the temple for a little bit.
Do a knowledge for me.
Okay.
A wisdom. I'll throw you a bone if you get high enough.
Wisdom? Not very high. 12.
Well, as you're talking to Fod and he's looking as thoughtful as ever,
That's thoughtful.
he looks at you and he's like, "I'm happy to see you, Nikolai." And you're like, it pops in your head. You're like, "Wait, Scabbard needs to talk to a cleric and a paladin or about religion."
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
You think about like how the fact that Scabbard needs to talk to a paladin
Uh-huh.
or a cleric or someone religious, and you're like,
Oh yeah, he
I
does.
know
He's
how to
got all
distract
kinds of
Fod.
crazy
"Go
shit he
fight
has to deal
Scabbard."
with. Exactly. It's like, I'm happy to see you too, Fought, but can't spend a lot of time with you because I really need to ask you to do something.
He's like, "What do you need, Fod? Do you need to pray for somebody that has been disemboweled?"
No, not yet, though it's quite possible that is something that could happen.
Has the Cayenne delimbed somebody? I could put them back together.
No. It's about Scabbard.
Is he sick?
He's haunted.
Fod will go take care of this. And he pushes right past you, nearly knocking you over as he heads for the door.
I didn't even give him any details of how he's haunted. Great. Fought.
And
Oh,
Fod's
okay, that
already
gets him out
gone.
of here for now.
And the Eladrin, she looks over at me. She's the Eladrin in Fire Chin.
Uh-huh.
She's like, "What have you brought, little mouse folk?
I'm sorry.
What have you brought, little mouse folk?"
I just brought my friend.
"Whoever that you have sent to that tornado actor is doomed.
He's
If there
fine.
is a sign from the gods, the end of days are coming. It is that goblin."
Fought means so well with every being of his heart, and I'm sure you know that.
"I could sense goodness in him, but it only carries you so far. It kind of falls forward into it."
That's true. That's true. What is the biggest thing you're having troubles with him? Maybe I could help you.
Mop the temple or wipe things down. Everything is licking.
Yeah. One time, something happened. I forget exactly what it was, but I was knocked unconscious, and I woke up in his mouth, doing some type of
Pardon,
restoration on me.
in his mouth.
Yes.
Have you seen the things that go into that mouth?
Yes, that's why I was disturbed as well.
Oh, the fond memories of fun.
But he is the most wonderful, caring person I've ever met.
Sure, we will choose to take that path regarding the goblin.
I'm sure you've developed some ideas, but keep in mind he is
A goblin?
a goblin. He
You
thinks
know-
differently.
The chaos that the Cayenne has brought upon my temple. I have gaggles of goblins that come in and wish to pray to the Cayenne.
Have you asked
The head shake.
Fought to help them?
Who do you think is teaching them,
Okay.
along with the rest of their other deities?
The only thing I can suggest is try to teach him. Don't be angry with him. He doesn't understand that.
I am not angry with you, little mouse folk, but there is only so far my patience can go with it.
I understand. And I'm sorry that we have brought him here to cause you so much turmoil.
Poor Scab's just gonna be blindsided.
I'm looking up the name of the priest that Kippa told me about.
Give it a name.
Would be at the very bottom. No, you didn't give me a name. Okay. So, Kippa has informed me that she has brought a gnomish cleric on, and that they are here.
At least that one is pleasant to work with, and she stays out of the way.
I was hoping you could introduce.
She will be downstairs with the books.
Okay. I still asking you. I asked her for an introduction, so I was like,
Takes you down. She takes you downstairs
if she just, I'm following her, so yeah.
to where all the religious books are.
Uh-huh.
And you see this. You see her sitting cross-legged on the table, and she has a book open in front of her.
As we're approaching, I would speak to the Latin priest. I was like, I never gave me her name though.
Good luck.
You don't know it either?
Oh, I know. I just want to see how this goes.
Okay.
And yeah, you see her sitting there, and she's got like a few like strands in her face that are gray, and her hair is mainly up in like these two giant buns.
Okay.
And she's got some chains hanging from them, some sort of symbol that you don't understand.
Okay.
And she's wearing white and gray robes, and you can see that her skin is like albino in color,
Okay.
with splotches of darker skin, almost like oversized freckles.
Okay. Interesting.
And she's just looking at this book, and she
Shut
turns the page, and she's just
Seriously, Chatter?
hi.
Thank you. She turns the page. Sorry.
She turns the page, and the nice cleric that wants to kill Paula, she takes you over, and she's like, you have a guest. And the gnome, she looks up, and she's like, she reaches over, opens in her bag, and she rummages around on her satchel, and she pulls out like this giant, magnifying glass, and she's like, she just turns a few things on, and it changes the spectrum, and she's like, where?
Here.
Where? Wait.
Here.
It changes it a few times. She's like, this isn't funny. And the Eladrin just walks over, grabs her head, tilts it down in your direction.
Hi.
She's like, oh. Hello. Down there. I have the high ground.
Yes, I know.
And a very large book.
I know. Kippa has sent me to speak with you.
And you are who?
My name is Nikolai. What?
What is your last name?
What is my last name? That is correct.
Why are mice like this? Look, if you come to me for a prayer about not getting stuck in a gear, you're on your own. You can pray to your own god for that.
Actually, I kind of do already follow the gnomish deities.
Oh,
Eureka and the one known as Garl.
and you know of them how?
They've contacted me.
Huh. She's like, all right, well, come up here. I'm not bringing you up here on my accord. You have to come up here.
Mhm.
Let's consider it a test of faith if you can make it up here without any assistance.
Okay. Is there a way that I can look to do this?
Mage paw, just go.
No, she doesn't let me do that.
You have to climb up there, buddy.
Okay. Is there about 3 feet of space in front of me?
Are you really gonna try that? it's a test of faith.
Well, yeah, I followed. He follows the Tinkerer gods.
All right, yeah, there's enough space.
All right. It's like, take the reach majig out.
And she watches you do this, and she's like, "Oh, you're gonna cheat."
This is not a cheat. I believe that I would not have the knowledge and abilities that I have to build these things if not for Eureka and Girl.
She leans over the book. Anybody can find plans and follow them and build anything they want.
But I made these myself.
Yes, that makes you a tinker.
Fine. Turn it off and put it back in my pocket. Take a look at the situation. How can I get up on the table?
Investigation.
Can he cast catapult on himself?
Actually, would he be able to? I mean, he doesn't weigh that much. Yeah, I don't know a way to get around really quickly.
It would.
Yay, your bucket.
16.
You can see that the legs, they spiral upwards, and they're the cloth on the top does have tassels hanging down.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like I climb up the legs easily. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do that. Like, okay, climb up the legs.
So you scurry up one of the legs and get up there, and she just kind of looks over at you as you get up to her level. She's like, you could have taken the stairs on that side.
Oh, didn't see him.
How do you think I got up here?
I don't know.
I'm not exactly the epitome of tall.
That's true.
I'm small.
No, I thought I was small. Or am I small?
Oh, for your species, you kind of look like a small.
So you're saying I'm small for my species?
Well, I have met another one of your lumen mice.
Yeah.
And it was the biggest. I don't mean to offense of your species, because I don't know if you're rodent or rodent. But it was like a large sausage of a cat.
What was their name?
Lord Chongus.
Lord Chungus. Okay.
He employed bards essentially to announce his presence of, "Oh Lord, he coming." I don't understand the humor behind it, but apparently he enjoyed himself to be announced in his meals.
Okay. Interesting. By the way, may I know your name?
Are you going to cast an illusion on me?
No,
Are you going to sell my name to a fae?
will not. I just wish to know who I'm addressing.
Bond.
Bond?
Lady Bond.
Lady Bond.
Bond. B-O-N.
Oh, B-O-N. Okay. That was me not hearing you.
You might want to switch sides.
It's just off-putting because she's over there to me.
No, that way you can hear me because the
Yeah.
music's on that side.
Pleasure to meet you, Lady Bond.
So, the gods, the two big deities.
Yes. My companion here, Ace, he was directly influenced by, I believe, Carl. We were in a situation where he had been damaged, and I heard instructions on how to repair him and make him better or able to meet our needs than I could have imagined.
That was something that was supposed to happen at the start of the session. We'll do that before we go to break.
And at one time, I actually met him in, it was this tinkering shop here, right? Where he fixed my goggles?
I think it was the one before.
So Willowfall?
I believe so.
Yeah. Had also met him in Willowfall, where he helped me repair my goggles, and I hand those to her. At first, I didn't know it was him. I thought he was just another fellow tinkerer gnome.
So you've been contacted by the Divine.
And the lady Eureka spoke to me directly after just a simple prayer to ask for guidance on how to handle something. Something he's working on?
No, don't worry about it. She looks at you and she's like, "So, let's get down to brass tacks. I'm a very devout follower of. Do you know his actual name?"
I think I do. This is one reason why I have come to you.
Well, I obviously don't have the things called nachos in front of me to serve you, so obviously it's worth it. Just
Okay.
have you ever heard of nachos? It's a delicacy in the burning temperament. They take chopped up bread that is very thin, like wafer thin, and then put toppings on top, and then you can feed yourself with it. Usually meats, the product of those that produce milk and vegetables.
Cheese?
Yes,
Not sure.
I have not, but they sound delicious.
it's wonderful.
Well, my brother's father, who has been around for many centuries and is a master of information himself, did tell me that his name is Carl Goldthum.
And she just smiles a little bit. She's like,
And I visited a priest in the temple, in a temple in the abyss, the abyssal sea, right? Is that what it's called? Astral Sea. Astral Sea. And I used that name, and she said she's very impressed that I knew that name.
it's a very complicated thing that the gnomish culture is going through right now. With the whole, nobody died during the cataclysm that happened a couple of years ago. You can tell how old she is, where she's referring to like giant swaths of time is just a couple of years ago at this point. She's like, we've been reaccumulating knowledge, and there's a few of us older gnomes that are like, yeah, by the way, the history books are wrong. We're finding other things that are proving that it's wrong, and we're kind of picking things up with our god. Maybe we should change things. And newer gnomes are like, no, it's okay. He still answers.
That's true. That's what I was wondering. It's like, because I have quite a few gnomish friends, and they all follow Carl. And I was wondering, like, should I share that information with them or not? That's why I came here.
Play it by ear with them, because some gnomes are very sensitive about which name you'll use. That if you use his old name, that it disempowers him. The prayers are all going to the same god. So it makes no sense as a cleric, like, well, I know you're worshiping Carl, and you're using that name, but it's still the same god. There are rumors amongst old clergy of not just Garl, but if you use the wrong name for a deity, then it will split the deity into two different deities. And they would find their own path, essentially. And so, bringing back the original name of Carl, there's a fear among gnomes that it could do some things like that. We, as gnomes, like tried and true methodology, and to rely on something such as this where it's unknown and there's no end variable to it, kind of terrifies a lot of people.
Is Eureka hurting? Is Eureka hurting his wife's name?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no misunderstanding.
Eureka's never changed. Simply because in the old knowledge of Carl, when he was gifted the machination that became Eureka, he exclaimed Eureka. And then there's the other parts of the story that are a lot less pleasing that have been tidied up. That when he was gifted this, that he descended from his golden workshop in the sky and simply forgot garb and proceeded to walk through the gnomish city, providing gifts to the gnomes in his birthday suit.
All right.
Carl is a very wonderful and fatherly deity.
Yes.
However, he is a little aloof like the rest of us. And the other thing that gnomes are having to realize is that he doesn't belong to just them. He belongs to any folk that likes to tinker, especially those that are small folk. So, she closes her book and she sets it aside. And,
Did she take my goggles from me?
no, she didn't.
Oh, okay.
She's like, this is a very important passage of Carl, is that gnomes are having a hard pill to swallow. Carl has speakings to clerics, paladins, those that he blesses with his presence, such as yourself, apparently. That we are small and it is hard to cope in a large world and to find our path. With the guidance of ourself, we can do that. And he will watch over you and help guide you in that direction to find the self-illumination to find that path forward. Gnomes have taken some wrong habits from the dwarven kind, and pull yourself up by your boots and delve into the problem, and you will find your path forward. Shoulder your problems and be brave. And if you die in the process, it is okay, because you were not meant to live because you were unworthy.
Sounds very familiar to some of the teachings that I've heard about moon nice folk.
But Carl gives you guidance on how to be the best of yourself and the courage to, as a small folk, find your way forward and be great.
That little passage you shared, is that attributed to more Carl or Garl in
Carl.
history?
Carl in history.
Carl in history.
As we discover old teachings of Carl and we introduce them, you can see there are problems.
So, my question for you then would be, if I were to leverage that missive in the presence of other gnomes that follow Carl or Garl, would it be possibly a good thing to say to maybe gauge their acceptance of the old name or the new name?
She takes the goggles from you and starts rummaging them through her hands. She's not even looking at the goggles. She's just kind of like feeling them in her hands, just kind of like going over them. She's like, look, this is a very simple thing. You have the knowledge, you know the path forward. You're not to preach it. It is for people such as myself that understand both sides of the coin to preach it.
So, what is your take? Because I am not devout as a priest or a player, for sure. I've only recently accepted the concept that gods are real, not just very powerful people. um, so I have no intention to preach, as you indicated. But my question is, what is your take on whether or not one should or shouldn't use his old name or his new name?
Use whatever you're comfortable with. And if someone challenges you that, no, it is Garl, stand your ground and be like, no, I know him as Carl. Both are correct. And if you're assertive enough to a gnome in that notion of stating that, they shouldn't have a problem. It is when you show a certain level of weakness that they will push further.
Okay. So in general, gnomes will accept the use of the old name.
Because it's becoming more common.
That's kind of what I was trying to get at.
I have quite a few in my circle that we've all come across these, and we've had our own eureka moments, minus the going throughout town in the blood.
Well, thank you.
And she hands you the goggles, right? She's like, these are from Carl.
Yeah.
One of his relics. Treasure it.
One of his relics? Okay. Yeah, I do treasure them. I have yet to actually investigate them using...
She looks at you, and for the first time, you can see some concern that past her, like, snarky, sunny humor. I would be careful with that.
So don't?
I mean, you can certainly try, but identifying something that belongs to a god...
Okay.
Ooh, that could go sideways very quickly.
Thank you. I guess it's a good thing that I've been so busy, and my initial thought was there's just some dude that helped me fix them, kind of like stuck in my mind.
Well, there's been rumors of people trying to identify things of gods, and they were turned into a chicken for half a century.
Thank you for the warning on that. I do greatly appreciate it. I don't think I'd be very effective as a chicken for half a century.
It's been confirmed it was Willowfall.
It was Willowfall? Okay. Yeah, it was like, and one other part of the story is he through the help of my brother, who's a paladin to Bahamut, Carl actually brought me to my mother in the afterlife so that I could speak with her.
Carl has blessed me with meeting my parents as well.
You didn't know your parents growing up?
My parents blew up in a cannon. They served in one of the Cataclysm Wars, and they were on the warship as engineers, and they both died.
Oh.
I was the sole survivor of my family line.
Mm-hmm. It's a wonderful blessing to meet your parentage. I was so distraught.
The fact that I was a sole survivor caused me to go down the path of being a priestess of Carl, as I knew him back then, Carl. But here I am, many years later, still learning things about the inner workings of the gods.
There's so many questions I would like to ask, and I don't know how or if I should ask them yet.
Well, as we like to say, digest it, pray on it, and come back later. And bring snacks.
What is your favorite snack?
We don't get it enough. Dried turkey of some sort.
dried jerky.
Mhm. Very salty in nature. I really enjoy it.
All right.
Sorry, did you say dried jerky?
Yeah.
What would that be like? Chewing on wood chips? Like,
It's like that really like hardcore jerky you get where you bite it and it snaps off.
Damn.
Oh yeah, I've had some of that jerky. It's like you bite into it and you're like, it's more of a crunch than an actual like tear.
Alrighty. Loves dried jerky. Alrighty.
So, you can spend a little
Spend some time with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, just learn more about Carl and Eureka, whatever information you would prefer or you would feel fitting to give me
Yeah.
after the game or during the game, whatever is great. So
I can fill some stuff in for you.
okay, yeah. So yeah, it would the time I'm spending there before going to speak to Audrey, I remember her name, or found her name, would be to learn more about Carl and Eureka, and then after a couple hours or so or whatever, I would go speak to Audrey.
Okay. Cayenne, Lumion takes you to a person. I haven't forgot about you yet. I'll get over there.
no worries.
What is currently en route to you?
I have an idea of what to do as well in terms of what to make.
Oh, you're about to be intercepted by a new command. Target sighted.
Good luck.
Lumion takes you to an individual and he speaks to them, and they open a. You've seen it by higher classed mages. That he opens a portal to somewhere, and Lumion offers his hand to take you through the gate. Uh-oh. Breaker 199, Breaker 1199.
My headset wanted to cut off right as soon as you started talking.
Goes unused for a certain amount of moments, it'll just shut off.
Yep. So Lumion takes you to an individual, and they use essentially a higher end mage spell and opens a door to somewhere. And Lumion offers his hand and will guide you through the door.
I'll take his hand and make my way inside the door with him.
You come out on the other side of the door, and it closes behind you. And you find yourself in a place where below you it looks like infinite stars, and above you looks like infinite stars, and all around you looks like this. And Lumion looks to you and he's like, this is one of my favorite places to come and just simply think. The very, very end of the astral sea. And you see that on his other arm that you're not holding on to, he has a picnic basket. He begins to set up a little picnic area.
I think Cayenne is taken aback by just it essentially looking like she's standing in what she would seem as mid-air of stars.
Yeah, it is surreal as you can imagine. You take a step and there's like this microscopic ripple in the ground, but no echo or any sound at all. But you can hear him very, very clearly, like you're in a nice warm room. And outside of the presence of both of you, it's just this wonderful, almost harmonic silence of the universe.
That's just awesome.
Bongo would kill to see that place.
Fuck yeah.
And he begins
Thank you.
setting out the stuff for a picnic. And it's all vegetarian food, except the bread. So you
This
are...
is-
Go ahead.
This is very nice.
I thought you would like it here.
I do. Astral Sea was nice, but I'd never been anywhere like this.
Don't worry, time will not be as lost as when you were here before.
That's good.
When
I
we
would
step
hate
back,
to,
go ahead.
I would hate to had left from here and another 8 months had gone by.
That would be unfortunate. However, when we step back through the gate, it will simply be the exact same moment we left.
That's actually really cool.
You know what you described?
Hmm.
Immediately triggered in my mind. Fly Me to the Moon. From Frank Sinatra.
And you can just see the many stars and the various planets just coasting on by their own separate ways as you begin to have a very pleasant picnic at the end of the Astral Sea with Lumion.
It fits so perfectly.
It's a really pretty image too.
Scabbard,
Yeah.
as you are heading to the marketplace, you hear some commotion and such, and as you turn around, you feel a moist hand hit your forehead and underneath your helmet, and you're suddenly face to face with Pot, and Pot's like, "Do not be afraid, Scabbard, for I will remove the evils from you so that you are no longer haunted. I will vanquish them and save your soul for the future. Stand away, all those that observe, for he is deeply haunted by evil deeds and monsters."
What is happening? What is going on? Where did you come from?
And he looks around, he's like, "They have taken a grasp of his brain, and I must vanquish the cobwebs that hold him ensnared in their monstrosities."
Looking around, trying to figure out like what's going on.
There's
here.
dozens of people in the marketplace forming a circle around you, and guards are like, and guards start coming in and making a circle around, like,
What's going on? Strong like I have no idea what's going on.
God's like, "I have been made aware that you are deeply haunted, and I must perform many of exorcisms to remove the demons from your presence as they cloud your aura, and your future is uncertain."
What?
Oh, Fox gonna give you the biggest spiritual enema.
And Bud just shoves something in your mouth, and it tastes absolutely even terrible to you.
Holy X-Lax.
And he closes your mouth and he makes you swallow, and it just burns like pure habanero going down your throat. We must.
Confused, screaming.
The demons, they scream in absolute terror of my holy prowling.
You know what would be awesome if you give him a role. This is actually takes the Dreadlord off of his back for some time.
Oh.
It would be so cool.
That would be fucking dope.
And yeah, this is just burning all the way down your throat as you're trying to scream as you hold your mouth shut. And when the guard's like, "I think the kobold has it really bad. I've never seen a cleric this excited to save someone."
You're getting time-sharing thought land, buddy.
And Pod just opens your mouth all the way, surprisingly strong as he looks at your mouth. And he speaks directly in your mouth. You can smell that breath of Pod. As almost taste it. And he's like, "I will vanquish you, evil foes. Be aware of me as I am fought the holy. And this is one of my disciples under my protection."
No, it's words. I don't know what to say.
And he takes you over, and the circle kind of moves around you as you see a horse trough there, and he picks you up and he just shoves you into that cold water. And he holds you under that freezing cold water. And he's like, I bless thee in this water in the name of the many holy deities, the sun god, the goblin god. And he's just rattling off all these deities as you're held underwater.
Shut up.
I just want to have a question.
What?
What are some of the other gods? There's one particular that I'm looking to hear.
As he holds you under the water, he's like, "May the abyssal cat leave your rectum and free you of its vices." And you hear this muffled, like, praying and
This will
chanting,
catch a pain in the
coming
ass.
up
Damn.
out of the water. I need you to make a Constitution check because you've been underwater for a while now.
13.
This sounds like a straight JoJo meme right here. Strahd sees Fought. What is he?
A JoJo reference.
And Pop just pulls you out of the water. The ice water's just coming off you in icy pieces.
I just picture that one scene. Tom and Jerry. All the fur gets sliced off of him, and he's just completely furless there, like a sphinx. And he's just like, shit.
I see that the demons are afraid of my presence as they shake in fear of the damage I am doing to them with my holy ways. I shall bless you further.
Buddy. I'm cold-blooded.
His blood has gone cold for a kobold. The fear is deep inside of his bones. We must warm him up. And you see him just start shaking his hands together, rubbing them together ferociously. And he just hits you with burning hands. That's a natural
Mongo, what have
20.
you done?
No.
And he's
Didn't
like,
do nothing.
This is
all
actually
I
good.
shall
Nikolai.
exercise them with the holy fires of the holy gods. And they shall feel the fury of you and my deities intertwined. Scream with me to the sky. As you're just suddenly burst into flames and they're white flames all over your body.
That's dope.
Yeah.
Been forced to be reckoned with, man. You know,
Might be some screaming there for sure.
Nice.
Is there a save to this?
is there a safe word for this?
The only thing I see right now as a player is just Scav's arms up, and he's just like Ed, Ed, and Eddie running.
Just flailing.
I gotta get him. Dice.
Natural 20. This is gonna hurt. That's max damage. Plus whatever she rolls. This is gonna fucking hurt. This is we're talking about. She doesn't.
I don't think she's gonna
roll.
kill you. That-
Oh, it won't kill me, but
It's just gonna save you to death.
Oh no.
I think I might survive with like maybe 2 or 3 hit points, but it's gonna fucking hurt.
And Fontus is like, embrace the flames and scream out your demon scabbard. As you take
You should, like-
62 points of
Oh my
damage.
god!
Holy shit! I called it.
You should totally just go with it. Maybe it'll get the Red Lord away for a while.
I could. I don't want to blow out the microphone.
No, I mean add scaff. Instead of fighting it, you know what I mean?
No, gonna be some loud screaming.
And everybody's like, you hear in the crowd like, oh my god, this is the most amazing exorcism. He is haunted. The cleric is doing wonderful. I think the cleric's insane. One of the guards is like, $10, he doesn't make it through the exorcism.
On a scale of 1 to 75, I'm at a 13.
And Bond just pushes you back out of the water, and the water's spoiling around you from the heat.
Ah,
Lucky 13, buddy.
how much does that hurt?
And Fott's like, I shall cure you of your demons and bring you back if you succumb to your wounds.
See, Font's got your back. You have nothing to worry
Yeah.
about. Rock and
For
roll.
resurrection? Maybe that is the key. Maybe if you die, then the Dreadlord doesn't know you exist anymore and just leaves you alone.
Let's go low.
Wow, that's a 1. So as you kind of start to, your vision goes blurry and you start to black out, you kind of come to, and you're like, suddenly just absolutely mortified as Fott is actually performing an exorcism. And this is just his methodology. And you see him holding you by the back of your armor, dragging you up into the middle of Strahd's throne room, like, this is mine! You can't have! I will eat you alive! And Strahd's like sitting on his throne, Victor's sitting on his throne, looking over like, what in the blazes is going on in my throne room?
He wants entertainment. This is entertaining.
And then Victor leans forward and he's like, keep going.
And cut out the
on my
audio
head.
on my end.
He needs a moment now.
The noises that he was making, it cut out all the audio completely.
Oh,
Man,
I
he
think
sounds
I
like
did
he's
just throw a pillow
dying.
in my mouth just now. You can't
What?
do that when I'm drinking, man.
And Fott continues to walk forward. Everybody's just sitting there watching like a poor kobold's been underwater a while, and Fott's just holding him under. Pray with me!
I was sure as fuck start for free. I was in that
don't have
situation.
any tiger napkin in
It's okay, just roll with it. And Fott, meanwhile, you're in this space where Fott has violated Victor von Stein in his own home. And he's like, this kobold is not yours. I've already licked and claimed him. I'll do many other things to claim him in my God's name, in his own God's name. I'm pretty sure I can find the god of Bad Dragon. And Victor's just sitting there like, this is not okay.
Fott is awesome.
What's happening? Hurts, actually. Yeah, my stomach hurts.
And Fott keeps walking forward, and you can see the world around you is like pushing at his will. And Fott's like, I ain't afraid. I walk into the darkness, and the darkness is, oh no. And Fott keeps walking forward, and you suddenly just like gurgle on water as you're underwater that long. And you're dry in this vision, but you're also like, why am I suddenly drowning? And Fott pulls you out of the water, and he's like, I give you mouth to mouth. Breathes into your mouth and gives you air, shoves you back under the water. And Victor's sitting there like, you left, and then you came back. How? Never met such a goblin before. I refuse to ever acknowledge goblin as weak anymore. And Fott's like, you better believe it. I'm the real deal.
The biggest badass ever. He's awesome.
What's that? Hey, Jojo.
And
I believe it was.
and Victor looks over like, you may take your query and leave. And Pot's like, oh no, I'm not done with you yet.
Shit.
And he walks up, and he's still holding on to you. And you're like, you look up from like where you're at Pot, and you just suddenly hear the sound of rain, and you realize what Pot is doing with his free hand.
Oh shit.
And suddenly you're just banished from the realm of dread. And Pot pulls you out of the water. He's like, the holy water always gets them.
Oh, come on. You can't be pissed about that.
Not only did he let you out, he like forced you out. It's like, fuck.
And Pot's like, congratulations, I have banished the demons from you. Now you owe me dinner.
Wow.
What happens when the DM goes full tilt? Well, this happened.
Pot is one hell of a badass.
And he pulled you out of the water, and you're just like, Pot's like, right, that other thing. And you see him just lick his hands, and then he puts them on you, and he does lay on hands, and his hands are like that really gross stickiness.
We just got to see Thought, the crazy religious goblin, out crazy the fucking Lord of Dread.
Like someone out crazy with a Joker.
That don't happen very often.
Well, Pot like is so in tune with like all the deities. Like,
With that kind of crazy, do you want it against you or with you?
And you're just sitting there next to the force trough with Bud as he did lay on hands and healed you quite almost back up to halfway. How are you doing, Gavin, friend?
I'm still trying to process what just happened.
just shopping, just out shopping, trying to get some nice food to cook something for his wife,
Like, all
and all of a sudden he's being an
All-
exorcism is being performed on him.
So,
just
404. You got 404 page.
no, he's right. He's right.
So
So you miraculously fixed the problem.
So, Cayenne, as you're having dinner with Lumion, or lunch, or whatever he deems the time to be,
How do you remember what I was about to do?
and Nikolai, you're off in the other direction of
Yes,
things.
headed over to Audrey.
You're off to the hole in the wall. I'm just gonna leave you alone now. With that, since I forgot at the beginning of this session, and we do have 30 minutes of downtime, you may go up another level.
Oh, shit.
Sweet.
And with that, as well, we are going to take our break because I think people need to get food in them and to think over the situation.
Take some Tylenol because now I have a headache for laughing so hard.
So we are going to take our 30-minute break. We'll be back soon to pick up this madness. Nobody expected a bad dragon reference in the middle of all that.
No,
All right, we're on.
that hurts. That made me laugh so hard that it hurt.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, where we discuss inappropriate things and we violate the player. We're going to go ahead and jump into the rest of the section and see where it goes. You're currently with Fought in this in the marketplace, sitting next to the trough of water.
How much time has passed since the whole event?
Probably about 30 minutes to an
The
hour.
speaker went off again.
Well, thank you very much, Flat. I still don't know what happened.
Fought grabs you by your cheeks. He's like, I saved you. You have been redeemed, Skyvert. Relish in the fact that your butthole is no longer being expanded by that of the Lord of Dread.
I believe I owe you dinner.
Oh, and you're just like,
I think first I need to visit an old friend, but I'm making something later on tonight for my wife.
I will join you.
More of a one-on-one thing, Futz, but I will get you something for dinner.
Okay,
Did
Sparta.
you see that cat too?
That is a spectral cat of fear.
I'm gonna go take a short walk and think about what just happened.
Everything hurt. From the scales on your body protecting you all the way down to the bones and to the cartilage in between your joints.
Question: did I ever make it to the gem workers?
No.
I'll save that for another day because some time has passed. Let's go and find the bear meats.
Pot's like, adventure awaits. Nobody's ever taken me on adventure.
Gotta take a look at something now.
So, swinging over to you, Mungo, you managed to find the hole in the wall when Coin's with you, and she heads in and, along with you into the presence of, the owners of the hole in the wall, and, Curran is there, and she looks over and she's like, oh, hello, Coin. And Coin's like, is the special brew I ordered it? And she's like, it was a bit of a request, but we have managed to procure it. And, she goes over and talks to Curran, and she offers over this, like, pony cake, but the wood is actually, like, you can see it's wood, but it's almost transparent and pearlescent in nature. And, Curran's like, this is the specific enchantment of alcohol you requested, where each passing day you don't drink it, it will become 10% stronger.
Shit.
What is it at currently?
Curran's like, it hasn't been collected for 150 days since it's been created, so...
It's plus 150 proof.
That's safe to drink.
No.
Oh, good lord.
And Coin hands over some coins in exchange and a few notes, and she takes it and puts it into her package. She's like, thank you, Lady Coin. I will keep you in my graces for future purchase. She's like, you always do. That would actually be kind of cool, dude. Lady Corn for the Ren Fair.
That would be dope.
Dude, I don't think I could do that much black.
You
She is
do
like,
her sister.
she is like pitch black. And she looks over at you and she's like, Mongo, good to see you. It's been a while.
It has. Get Noodle out and set him down, see if he wants to go wander around and take a look at anything.
You just, as soon as you say Citadel, You just see like a noodle-shaped cloud as he takes off.
I think you know what he's gonna go look at. There's something oddly specific I was hoping to get help with.
And you just feel two hands on your shoulders, and it's a warmth in him. It's like, oh, do tell. I'm quite interested in what you have actually to ask of me. I knew you would show up eventually to ask me some sort of questions. Okay. Hold on. And suddenly you're in another room and you're on a one of those beds for psychology, and the Jinn, he's there and he's got notes on and he's got glasses on. He's like, do tell, what psychological problems are you dealing with today?
It's actually not mine that I need your help with.
Oh, is it coins?
No. Well, we found a house out in the Astral Sea. And someone was locked away there for quite some time.
Ah.
Yes, we can figure a little over 4 centuries.
Oh, well, let's just see. And suddenly you just pop out again. It's almost like a weird feeling as you're sucked into your stomach and you just expand instantly and you're suddenly standing in that house again. And they're like, oh, very interesting. Very much a Jinn design.
That actually does explain a small town.
It's like, that's why I want to talk to you.
Well, you probably noticed how we're the only ones here now. Cayenne managed to get him out. But
Oh, Mongo, dear boy, stop with the pussyfooting around in the foreplay and get to the point of it.
Look, if anybody knows the kind of shit that somebody goes through, it's going to be you.
So, who's this individual that I have to... First of all, the price. It's not a bad deal that I have for you, but I just want a very simple price. I want you to share one of your most happiest moments with me. It's not too much to ask to a Jinn. I just want to see a happy moment that you've had in your life and experience it. I possess you, you feel a little bit more sexy, and we have a little bit of fun in a memory. You know, get the old crank going. How's that for a
Two
bargain?
come to mind. Yeah, I'll pay pretty much any price.
All right, pick the memory and we shall do this.
Yeah, out of character. There's 2 that come to mind, and I'm just not sure which one to do.
Flip a coin.
Funny you should mention that. I don't have a coin, so I guess high and low.
All right.
So yeah, considering. Okay, that's high. Sorry, I guess you get left out of this one.
Okay.
Um,
This is Mongo's thing, so whatever works, man.
Begin trying to tell him about one of the times that Coin dragged me up on stage.
He just simply reaches out and touches you, and suddenly you're back at that stage. And the Jinn is like, oh, you're so cozy, kind of fuzzy. It's nice being in you. Don't worry, I won't touch anything unnecessary. I just want to experience this with you.
So disturbing, but awesome.
Awkward.
And you relive that moment of that moment of happiness with the djinn possessing you, and the moment comes to the memory comes to an end, and you find yourself back in that room, and the djinn he floats in front of you, and he's like, "Oh, that is such a wonderful memory. Cherish that. Thank you for sharing that with me." As I really am a connoisseur of happy memories, but not of the sort that will take it from you. That's just rude, and it's like really bad foreplay, and you don't have any aftercare. And Jesse's over there, just like, "Oh my God, what is with tonight's session?"
I
So,
do appreciate you leaving that memory. It means a lot to me.
no button pressing unless you want me to. So, they just kind of move around, but they're like, yes, this person was imprisoned as a djinn, and there were some very terrible things done here.
They haven't shared everything that happened, and I've been as respectful as I can about not to press the matter.
Oh, do you want to violate their privacy? Because I will do that. I don't care.
If he wants me to know, he'll tell me.
I can tell you exactly what happened here. No love, no love.
I'm pretty sure there was no love happening in here at all.
Oh no, it was straight up hate fucking.
Was that it for him too?
Could almost smell the water.
Look, when you married the two tieflings, you got to have fun.
Oh, that's new.
And I'm sure if anybody would know how to entertain them, it would be you.
Oh, I'm not going to share that pillow talk with you.
I appreciate
Because
it.
the pleasures we do.
I'm
One of
sure
me's
I
not good
wouldn't
enough.
actually
What about it
understand
done?
more than half of it.
Wow.
I can tell you the magic that took place here that would help you. Time is short, it's fleeting. You have to make a
Actually-
choice soon.
The spell that kind of created the situation, or as it's more often referred to, abomination of magic.
Oh, it wasn't a spell. I wouldn't mince words there. It's not a spell, Mr. Mongo. It is something far worse, and it even violates my kind.
The more I know about what happened, the more I know about the motivations and the lengths willing to go by the individual who basically ruined everybody's life.
He just kind of reaches out and just kind of scratches the underside of your chin. What happened here is what happens when you basically destroy the essence of a beholder and a chin to basically pick and choose and rip somebody apart.
Damn.
Capturing these two very exotic creatures and forcing them to undergo this process and destroy essentially everything about them is quite cruel. If you don't mind, I'm going to make this place cease to exist once we're done with this conversation. It's very unsightly on any plane of existence.
This is true.
Kind of looking at using it as a trap for
Yeah, I was gonna hope to
because
do
like
that,
he's like
but-
put him in his own damn trap.
Yeah, but we kind of trust this guy, so if he's saying that it needs to go away,
True.
pretty sure it just needs to go away.
So
Yeah,
I'm guessing
don't think
the
anybody would
person
be
was the
disappointed.
outcome this picking and choosing.
One of them, yes.
Interesting. I won't violate it, but I do know who you're talking about, and it's unfortunate.
That's one of the other reasons why I came to you. So I figure since you two already know each other.
Oh, don't confuse me. I'm not going to unfuck that situation. You'll have to figure that one out on your own.
Now, as far as all that, we're working on it. Slowly. Painstakingly, but working on it. But as you probably can imagine, he's not in the best mental state.
Well, if you've been fucked for so long, you kind of lose track of time and who you are.
Yeah. I have no clue how to help him.
Slowly, reassuringly, resources, things that are familiar, tender, loving aftercare.
Yeah, I'm his son. I'm only gonna go so far.
Oh, we're not talking about that, dear
Oh,
boy.
thank God.
I just want to know about inner family workings
No.
like that. I don't. No. I have limits, and I'm a djinn. I could tell you a few more things if you would like.
Well, he is.
You're back in the therapy room, and you're already sitting down. Oh, take a seat. This is going to be a little bumpy.
Ew.
And you're already sitting down. It's like. So, is the outcome what I can guess of this monstrosity of an event that should never have happened? Is that the individual that was at the root of it simply used a little bit of string pulling to pick and choose what they wanted in separate parts. And the one that left was not the ace, but the Joker.
Well, that confirmed a few suspicions.
Or more, as you would like to say it, and you suddenly have a puppet of your dad on your head. A puppet.
That's what I was thinking based on some of the things that Sumir told me.
And the puppet turns towards you and is like, "Save me!" Well, you have your answers. Now run along and buy something from my shop. And suddenly you're standing back in the lobby. And Coin's like, "Where'd you go?"
Oh, just had to talk to the big fella.
Doesn't really talk to people.
But he's extraordinarily chatty.
Oh, well, when you do get him alone, he is very, very chatty and flamboyantly. Showmanship.
Oh, yeah, no, it's off the charts. We spend a lifetime trying to get that good and not even get halfway there.
I think he's had a lifetime. Do you know? I've actually know how old Lady Corn is, and she looks over. Don't you dare reveal that. If you want to keep getting things from my shop. And Coin turns around. Would I ever? So as you now can actually process it, what the process was is they basically picked and pulled the most submissive parts and easy to manipulate parts.
The ones that say, "Okay, I'll be the bottom."
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling that it was picking and choosing.
Yep.
And
The
not
one that's
just
he made one that's easy to manipulate and use.
basically tailor made a lieutenant.
Yep.
Hello, Mars. So you're free to peruse the shop.
Go see what Noodles found.
Okay. Investigation. Cayenne, your day's gone by where you've sat at the end of the astral sea having a wonderful meal with Lumion, just chatting about whatever comes to mind, essentially.
I would have basically just given him a little bit of the rundown of my family tree.
And he's just all ears about it. He's like, oh, that's riveting. I really do actually enjoy the intrigue of your family line.
I'm still very confused on a lot of parts about it, especially more so into my grandparents, as I don't know much on either of them, aside from my grandfather being a very cranky old man.
He looks over to you and, Cayenne, if it's anything I know about you, the things that you're presented are usually a very messy deck of cards. And you're very astute at sorting those cards out and knowing the path forward.
I just kind of wish that my father was a little more serious in what he was destined to do.
It sounds like your father was not worthy of being a deity.
Based off of what he did to an entire race of my peoples, I would agree.
Whatever path goes forward, if you happen to do such an act of becoming a deity, I will join you in your wherever you go.
Osling took what took the words that I had given her about as well as I thought. She went from just meeting me one day in a druid circle, now she's a noble, and now she'll have to decide if she wants to ascend as a deity or stay with her life as usual.
I have watched while you have been away, and the joy between her and Alufa has been something else. It's like when it was spring and you showed me flowers blooming.
I'm just glad that my sister is doing better and that she has someone to help her know that things are not as bad as they used to be.
As do I. It, she doesn't speak much about her past, but that glum visage of hers seems to disappear when she's in the presence of Alufa.
That's good. I hope it stays that way. Although she's done some pretty interesting things via her circle of choice, like having a visage of a goblin, half a goblin, bury itself
That's
after its pieces came from a jar.
that's rather morbid and disturbing. I'm sure people would be entertained by that.
It was different to say the least. I had never seen that before. And I've seen undead. And I've seen a certain deity's creations in a forest that were abominations to say the least.
And you have survived all of them.
Yeah. I do my best to.
And you will keep doing your best, and you will keep striving forward and becoming stronger.
It did take a lot of strength to keep a hold of Sir Mir, though.
Sir Mir is a very special kobold that I'm not entirely sure he's fully kobold. Also, the goblins held a parade in your name. As they even had someone dressed as a visage of the Cayenne to celebrate the, as the goblins stated it, beauty of their newfound deity.
I didn't expect an offer of kindness to go this far.
Hey, Boston takes a throne.
It's
Cayenne
just
can have
like
her own. First the goblins, and then there were termites.
Termites may seem simple, but I'm sure that you left an impression on them as well.
I did give them plenty to eat. And one of them somehow made its way onto the ship we came back on.
Oh no.
And now it's gonna spread its name, your name, to other goblin or other termite colonies.
I'm fine with this, I guess.
Imagine the last combat encounter you guys have in this campaign, and she's like, "Come with me, my people," and you just see all these like termites coming like tsunami waves.
Millions of insects and goblins.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
So, Lumion helps pack up the picnic, and you guys head back to Casil through the portal that you had come through, having a very relaxed and serene escape from basically everything at this point.
Probably just spend the rest of the day together before going to bed later on that night.
Okay.
Unless I happen to meet up with anyone else in the party on the way.
We'll say you can go to bed happily. I'm sure Scav is gonna have stories for you the next morning.
For sure.
Scav, so as you're in the marketplace with Fought, and you're like, this day can't get any weirder, and you're looking around for bear meat.
Most when I get fought like a good dinner.
Yeah, okay. Fought's easy to feed. He sees like the first thing is basically serving gruel, and he's like, "Oh, delicious food."
You want that? There's like a lot of really good things, but if that's what you want,
Fought is not picky.
okay, fought. Get him some of it.
It just looks terrible. It's like all the leftovers they bought from other merchants, and he's just like,
If that's what he wants.
and you wander around a little bit longer, and you do come across the merchant selling bear meat, and you approach him, and it's an ascended bear.
Hi.
The bear looks at you. Hello.
That's really interesting.
It's just a stall with the bear in it. It has a sign that says bear meat and some other exotic meats.
Probably gonna sound odd, but I do need to get bear meat.
About how much do you need, sir?
Enough for 2 kobolds.
Very well. And they walk over and they pick up this large blade.
Oh no,
And
no,
they
no,
just
no! You're
shove the
not.
blade in and starts carving off a chunk of meat.
Oh no, I had a feeling.
And then set it on the table, and you see this large gaping hole, and they put their hands on it and use restoration. Like a full-on restoration, and they begin wrapping up the meat, and they're like, "That will be 5 gold pieces." And they hand over the meat to you. And Fod looks over. Fod is impressed with your demonstration.
That's well, I guess I can't get any fresher than that.
And willingly given too, so it doesn't have that weird acridness of "oh my god, I'm dying."
But also, you're a genius, entrepreneur.
You don't think it's unbearable?
If you think that's bad, my wife is an owlbear.
Okay.
We're both clerics. She's the cleric of pain. I'm of the deity of suffering.
Good tidings to you and a pleasant winter.
May the winter bite you harshly.
What the fuck?
The husband
He
wife
just
team
said
of
he's a
pain?
cleric to the god of suffering,
Yeah,
and you just wished him a good winter.
true. That's true.
Perhaps I will hear your screams on the howl of the wind.
What would be
You
the
should-
proper?
You should probably just leave.
Yeah. Okay. I'll look for some potatoes and some bread. I'm gonna head home and start cooking.
You're just like, the fuck did I walk into?
I have some stories to tell. Whether or not anyone will believe me, well, that depends. But yeah, I'm going home. I'm gonna make a roast with some potatoes, some bread to go with. I'm basically making like a roast bread bowl stew out of bear meat.
And Fot is there to help you make dinner in a very thoughtful way.
Oh no.
Wait, Fat, this one I actually have to do by myself.
Fot's like, I will observe.
I appreciate it. Sorry, what do you want me to roll for this?
Intelligence. Because you're cooking.
Well, that's a good sign.
Good.
Wow. The chefs are going to be so happy to have Scab's tears of salt for the meat next day.
All right. Is Fat helping me?
No, you said no.
That's true. That's a big fat 6.
You're like making the dough and it's just turning into crumbs and like super sticky and falling apart. And you're like, it's almost like fighting a gelatinous cube at this point.
Try again. See if I can make better dough this time. Okay, that's significantly better. 19.
19.
It's 19 for the dough.
Better than a 1. Yeah, you're like in the hang of it and making the dough. Dude, there's such an I could literally throw in a ghost moment where Fot comes up behind you and holds your hands and helps knead with you.
All right. Let's see. Go ahead and start working on the stew.
Yeah, just give me a couple of rolls and we'll go from there. Nikolai, where are you off to?
I was going to head over and speak with Audrey.
Fuck, who's Audrey? Bree.
The leader of the Tinkers Guild here.
Yes.
I found her name.
She's a gnome.
She's a gnome. Yes.
Okay,
Go
yes.
from one gnome to another.
Fuck. Sorry, you get stuck on Fought. You're stuck on Fought. All right.
And going to ask her if she knows both Tim and Cog.
She looks over at you and she's like, I'm aware of their existence because I've been dealing with it. They've wanted me to be a mitigator between them, and I simply handed them a contract and said no.
That's why I wanted to talk to you, because I kind of think I have a responsibility to deal with that mess.
Well, then go deal with it. I am not dealing with it because it's a big problem,
Yes,
and I am a small.
but I'm smaller than you.
Good luck.
Well, I was hoping that you could give me some insight on what their biggest issues are, so that I have
Oh.
some ammunition to use to try to get them to work together, work better.
Well, the Maw is currently docked and updated and scheduled for retrofits. And from my understanding, COG wants it outfitted to basically be an airborne warship
Okay.
and do a lot of changes to the Maw.
Okay.
Significant changes, from what I understand.
Okay.
And Tim simply wants to keep the Maw as is, but update things.
Okay.
So you have a flying fortress, and then you have a very aggressive air shark.
Yeah. Yeah.
For some reason, it just sounded really funny to me.
An aggressive warship.
I thought you said air shark.
You did say air shark. Okay. So, what do you know that you can tell me on what specific unmoving points that COG has?
COG wants full control of the project, even though that Tim is the engineer. And she's threatening to pull rank.
Okay. Alrighty. And what are Tim's unmoving points?
That it's her damn ship. And if COG so much as steps on the ship, she's going to find out what kind of ornaments are aboard.
Good luck, fucker.
This is a mess. What do you know of certain things that COG or Tim are willing
Oh,
to give a
willing?
little bit?
Willing? Little mouse.
Yes.
We're gnomes.
Yes.
And if we think we're in the right as far as the project goes, there is no give.
Yes.
I was over on the docks when the Maw docked,
Mm-hmm.
and COG simply walked up onto the bridge to the ship. Not the actual ship, the bridge to go into the ship. And served Tim papers of authority that she was taking over all future projects on the Maw. Tim, being Tim, simply
I said fuck off.
set fire to the documents and said, "Get off of my ship."
Okay. So, can you help me understand a little bit of Gnomish society, in so that I can have some better chance in dealing with this?
Can you sign this for me?
What is this that she's giving me?
It's some sort of documentation written in Gnomish.
I trust you, Audrey. So I'll sign it.
You sign it, and she stamps it. And she's like, "Congratulations, you have agreed to be the mediator between both of them and not involve any other parties."
Okay.
I have no part in this officially now. Good luck. And she starts going back through some papers on her desk.
But I was asking for advice, please, Audrey.
You're a noble. You will figure it out.
You tricked me, and I said I trust you.
Oh, I didn't trick you at all. You wanted to be the mediator. I simply gave you the documentation to be the mediator. There is no trickery there. It's a simple
Audrey,
agreement.
you owe me some stuff here.
What do I owe you?
You owe me some time to help me do this best.
On what grounds?
On what grounds? In that you weren't open and clear with me. You know I can't read Gnomish.
Oh,
And I said I trust you.
and
And you just let me do something without full knowledge.
well, I thought you would be intelligent enough to follow the conversation that you were talking about being a mediator, and I simply
No,
provided the
I was
documentation for
asking
it.
a friend for advice.
Oh, you didn't state that. I assumed that anybody that comes here is on business.
Okay, that is sort of fair. Now that we are in the clear that I'm asking a friend for advice,
The document still stands, but I will now switch the clock over to as friends.
thank you.
Gnomes are gnomes.
To be fair, you've been dealing with gnomes like your whole fucking life, dude. How the fuck? You really don't speak gnomish?
No. No.
So, what is it that you need assistance with?
Well, I understand that Tim is the engineer of the Maw, and I understand the certain level of ownership, as in to the heart ownership. But I don't know necessarily that Tim actually owns the ship. I would think that Priscilla does.
Oh,
And as such, I don't necessarily think that Cog can force her authority over the ownership of another person's property, and that in such, Cog must abide by the spokesperson to that property.
oh, here's where it gets interesting with gnomish ways. So, yes, Priscilla owns the ship. It is her ship.
Mm-hmm.
But it is very clear, simply looking at the ship, that Tim has fully outfitted the ship to her specifications.
Okay.
Therefore, it is her ship and her design. For another gnome to come in and simply say, your design is not good enough, I am going to change it to what I want.
Mm-hmm.
How would you feel about that?
I'd be very offended.
Exactly. Tim has worked very hard,
Yes, she has.
and the Maw is quite prestigious.
Yes, it is.
She is very old and a very cranky ship, but she is very prestigious. And to have someone come in and essentially your life's work and just simply say,
It's not good
no,
enough.
no, not good enough. I can make it better. Please step aside and allow me to work.
She's not even stepping aside. She's forcing. She seems to be forcing her authority. Is there any precedence for this kind of behavior in the Gnomish society? Like, to a point where, yes, we understand your feelings are hurt, but she's right, or they're right.
Cog was given authority by Kippa to oversee the fleets and their updates and outfittings. The
And
Maw-
because the Maw has become part of the fleet, Cog feels that she has authority. Aha. Okay. Since you were working with them, what do you know about the stipulations of the Maw's involvement?
I don't know anything about the Maw's involvement. I just know what I heard on the docks and understanding from my point
Okay.
of view as a gnome of
Okay.
Gnomish society.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you very much for this information, Audrey. Can I request your input on a project of mine?
What is that project?
I bring out the project for my working project for the next version of the Reach Majig, and I would like to share it with her and ask her to provide insight, thoughts, improvements, points of correction that she sees that I need to proceed.
Leave this with me for the night. I will see you tomorrow and give you my input.
Thank you very much. And I will also give her a list of materials that I need. As I was told, I have carte blanche to order materials from the Tinker's Guild. So
Yeah.
I don't have that list, but I'll give it to you.
Meanwhile,
as the DM.
Nikolai stepped into a big pile of
Shit.
fucking-
A gnomish
I
size
now have to
pile
go
of
talk
shit.
to Kippa. It's like, what did you do?
Gnomes are very protective of what is theirs as far as building.
Yeah. Whew. Okay. Yeah, that's my next trip. Go talk to Tiffany again.
Kippa won't be available until tomorrow.
Well, then I'll have to talk to Millum because she's the connection. She can get the paperwork that I can review and see where
Just get
there's
it
a
in a
problem with
language you read.
misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Just get it in a language you read.
Yes.
So, for levity 6, you guys all head back home. Your dad is still basically staying under everything in the shadows, not really doing anything. He left basically his wand on the table as a relinquish so that everybody knows he's not armed. And you kind of go in and probably search around the house looking for him, and farthest back of the basement, that's like where you basically grow potatoes, that's where he's been staying. He basically took his jacket off, laid it on the ground, and he's been using that as a bed and sleeping in that deep dark corner.
If he's awake, I'll go talk to him.
Yeah, he's awake. He's just kind of sitting there, not really doing anything, and just kind of watching the light fade away as it's creeping across the floor from the small windows that allow light in.
Let's spend all day under there. Would you want to come out and say hi?
He just looks over. He's like, if people would have me.
As far as I know, pretty much everybody will.
People keep saying I'm not a prisoner, but it still feels like eyes are on me, like I am one.
Yeah, because everybody thought you were dead.
Was I not?
Guess in some ways. What was the kid's name again? Or did I ever get it?
I don't think you ever got his
Might
name.
happen in my
Or
notes.
do I just know him as like Corinne's husband?
No, he actually did not provide a name to anybody in particular. I asked, and Corinne told me he won't be giving it to anybody.
Thank you for that.
Saw an old pal of yours. You remember Corinne's husband, right?
Yes, actually. We had a bard off at one point.
Right. We're gonna skip past exactly what that means.
It involved the stage and a large crowd.
Oh, thank God. But yeah, they're still running the hole in the wall. So I'm sure if you ever need somebody to go talk to.
He looks at you. He's like, I don't know how to navigate the outside world anymore.
About what time of day is it?
It's later in the afternoon, almost getting towards dinner time. He's like, I've been a prisoner so long that I don't know how to deal with anything outside of that.
You want to go walk about for a bit?
He just kind of goes over and picks up his dusty jacket. He walks back over to you. And You get a glimpse of him in passing. That God, he just looks so old and tired. A little bit of like ragged and run down. He's not even upkeeping himself.
Okay. One, grab his wand, hand it to him.
He looks at you and he's like, "You're arming me?"
It's yours, isn't it?
Yeah. And he just slides the wand up his sleeve and you just see it disappear. And he just kind of lets out a small smile because he has like one tooth broken off, and the other one is just kind of like really old, and like one of his bottom teeth is broken off too. And he does like this. He sees one pop out instantly into his hand,
It's like, yeah.
almost like he has a device there, but he's just flipping his wand out instantly at the ready.
Reminds me of the Django hidden gun.
And he comes over to you and takes your wand out of your pocket and he puts it up your sleeve and he's showing you how to actually do that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. How to basically
Totally cool.
utilize the jacket you're wearing to instantly materialize a wand in your hand.
Well, that's super handy.
And roll a performance for
Is this the wizard's version of playing catch with the sun?
I guess so.
Or to be dodge fireball. 23.
Yeah, after a few tries, you actually start to actually get it, and you finally flip it out, and you're like, "Oh, that is so cool."
The wizard equivalent of the quick draw.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, now you can actually quick draw your wand.
Oh, yeah. Now, do I already have to have that particular... Because I've got a couple on me now. So do I have to have that particular one in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Duel of wands.
You still have to build your Mongo's wand.
Yep. Yeah, open the door, start heading out. Get him to come with.
Yeah, he stops at the doorway, and it's that familiar look flashing back to how he had to face another doorway. And you can see just the fear in him about crossing the threshold. This one great bar essentially reduced to this.
How far away is he from the...
About a step away from that door frame.
Offer a paw, but make sure that I'm on like one side of the door and my arm is through the actual.
He reaches out and he grabs it gently.
Going through.
And you see him like scrunch up like he's going to die.
Tense up, yeah.
And then he opens an eye and he realizes he's not dead. And he's like,
Oh, when I was talking to our gin pal, he kind of showed me the that shithole that they had you locked away in, and he made sure it went away permanently.
and as you say that, he just breaks down crying again.
Get him up.
Tom's like, fuck.
This is like actually dealing with Sparta.
He walks with you a little bit as you start to guide him, and he's like, regarding the whole Unbound thing that you had mentioned before.
Yeah, Kippa was saying that that's a relatively new term, and
He's
that
like,
it might a
I've
while
been dead
ago.
for over 400 years, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think I could help you and teach you where it would be a lot easier.
Yeah, so far all the information that I've gotten, because at Plume Tree, while it's given me a lot of information, I have no fucking clue what the hell it means to be able to switch from one to another.
He walks with you and he's like, he picks up a couple of stones, like a handful of like little pebbles. He's like, this is currently one that you have, right? And you can use all these as well. Normally you're just bound to this one, but you can use all of these. And he puts them on one hand, you have a full deck. Eventually, I'm pretty sure you'll just be able to do it at will.
That'd be pretty handy.
I think Tom just broke a little bit. I'm gonna send you a quick message as you're heading to the hole in the wall with good old dad.
No, we're just going out and about, but if he wants to go to the hole in the wall.
Oh no, he's just
exactly.
walking with you then.
Yeah.
Poor guy. It's a whole new world for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which raises a couple of other questions that I got to talk to fucking Plume Tree about.
I'm gonna watch your face break over there.
Uh-oh.
So you make dinner for Kippa, and she comes in and she's getting out of the gear, and
Hell yeah.
Sir Mir is helping her get out of the actual like heavier garb that she has on, and there's another servant there. You can tell she's actually wearing, as a paladin, you can tell she's actually wearing armor gear along with her normal regal gear.
That was a 16, 23, and a 14.
You managed to put a decent dinner together.
Hello.
And Kippa, she's like, hi.
You look tired. Pull open a chair for her. Have a seat.
And she picks up something and she has an armful of books. And she sits down at the chair and she sets the books down. She starts opening it and she's on like the first page, and then she just turns the page and she's already read the first page. And you're realizing how quickly she can actually pick up information.
That was fast.
Light reading.
Light reading.
Okay.
There's nothing light about that, Pickle. That is unnaturally fast.
Don't make her feel bad about
It's
it.
actually-
Ass.
I'm still going. It's really impressive. I don't know anyone that can do that except for people that can manipulate time.
She's like, I don't understand. I look at the words, I see all the words on the page, I understand them, and I memorize them, and then I just turn the page and do the same thing to the other pages.
I really do think that you may be one of those types. That specific type of dragon.
There's nothing special about my family. We're
Who
just
knows?
survivors from the Arctic Circle.
Well, I made something that you might like. One of your favorite things. Well, slide over the bread bowl. This is a bread bowl of bear soup.
And she looks into it, and you just see her face warm up a little bit. And she just gently, for the first time, you see her just slide the books away.
remember it was one of your favorites. So tried my best. Hopefully it came out good.
We hit up in the Arctic. We used to basically we ate anything that we can get our hands on, mostly of the ocean. Bears were rare, and when we did get our hands on a bear, we didn't have a lot of pots or pans or things like that, so we used what we had, and we would simply very sturdy things lived up there, seals mainly, and we would basically take 4 pikes and stretch the inside the stomach section of the seal out that were all food went for digestion. Put whatever we wanted in there for stew and just cooked it and seasoned it.
Oh, with this, you can eat the bowl.
And she takes it and puts it on a full-size plate. And you see her just eating very ladylike. There's nothing like improper about it. It's just like that perfect like nobility way of eating. And Sir Amir sits down and he puts his sword next to the table and his
Give him
other things.
some of mine as well, so you can actually have some too.
And he looks at you and he's like, "You angry with me?"
Angry? No. I'm not angry with you at all. You've been through a lot. Everybody has been through so much. And so many things are being revealed. I recently found out that my father, my best friend, wasn't exactly the perfect idol that everybody once thought he was. I found out that my mother's also responsible for the extinction of her kind. Found out that all of our families did some terrible things and did amazing things. Now we have to clean up the mess, and part of it is figuring out whatever that thing did to you. That Maggie that you met, the one that you were angry with, it's not the Maggie that you knew. The one that was there, that is the real Maggie. The one that was with you, Samir. That was a puppet created by this thing, whatever it is. And whatever it did to you, I swear we will fix it.
And you see out of the corner of your eye, Kippa has pulled over a piece of parchment. She's been making notes on all this. And Sir Mir's like, "I need to speak to Monka, if you'll permit it."
Need not ask. By all means.
I'd rather not do it alone because I don't know how I'm going to respond to Maggie. I believe some of the things that were done to me have made me instinctively aggressive towards possibly other members of the Obscura I come across.
Well, then I will be there by your side.
And he shares the bread bowl with you. And
Everybody here.
Yeah.
And, so, did it come out good? Do you like it?
it's passable.
I figured it wouldn't be anything like how you probably have had before, but that is as fresh can be, apparently. A bear cleric. Yeah, the whole slicing and repairing.
Well, that's barbaric.
Yeah, it's shocking to see and witness. Among many other things that happened today.
Kippa looks over. You may find out about some things about my family. My brother's no longer a part of the family. Don't go searching for him. If he finds his way back, then that's it.
Very well. If he wishes to be left alone, I won't go looking. Chooses to come back on his own, very well.
And she just kind of nods. She's like, let's enjoy dinner. And then go spend time with whatever's brewing in that egg.
Have you thought of any names yet?
Combination of both of our parents' names.
Can you not walk on my keyboard, kitty cat? Can you not do that?
I don't even know.
Like, seriously.
Well, there is one name I have kicked around. You might want to make note of this.
I most certainly will. One moment. Notepad here.
She
And
really wanted to be on the keyboard.
Hi, sweetie, where are you looking? Me or you're looking at both of us?
She's an apex predator. She's tracking everything.
No, she's just trying to find a way to get onto your keyboard.
Yeah, I know. Like, seriously, cat. Like, why are you so interested in
Dude,
sitting
that's
on my
all
keyboard?
cats. That's like pre-programmed.
Yeah. Just think how miserable cats were before keyboards.
okay.
And she pulls over like another notepad and she's kind of looking through a few scrolls, but she's very quick to find what she's looking for. And she already has memorized, but she likes to cross-reference to make sure that things are right. Hey, Tiris, I came across this in some of my findings and lore of reading up on things. It's the lost son of Bahamut.
I actually have that name, or one of them.
You have one of them, not that one.
How do you spell it?
With letters.
With letters.
Hit you. Almost reflexively hit you. Happened tonight. And you would have deserved it too.
Yep.
I would have got away from it if it wasn't for you, Fought. But Fought saved you. Sorry, I'm swinging right back into him.
It's okay. It's amazing. That was such a reflex impulsive, like.
There you go. So yeah, it's just like is this lost deity essentially
Where did you put it?
waved the banner of Bahamut and led a crusade against Tiamat across all of the realms, and simply vanished at one point along with all of their armies.
Strange. I'll have to do some research on that one. The only other one I know of is Sealand. I think it's a very nice name.
Oh, that deity is very peculiar. Known as the dragon god of debauchery.
Oh.
All right, so jumping ahead, a few days have gone by.
Well, I was going to go talk to Millum to
Oh,
get
Millum
the
real quick.
details on the
Okay.
contract, the agreement with the Maw and Essencrest.
Okay,
To see
And
if
how many
there's
days?
argument that COG actually has.
takes a little while, but she managed to pull the documents, and they're all within order. And she's like, "Yep. According to this, any ship that joins the fleet is under the control of COG."
Is the Maw actually joined the fleet, or has the Maw agreed to work with the fleet? There is a difference, and I think that can be distinct enough.
We are paying them to be a part of the fleet.
Okay, so they are contracted by Essencrest to work with the fleet, whereas the rest of the fleet are required by law.
Yes,
To,
they have ties to essentially Kippa and her cause, and will remain a part of the cause.
So the Maw does have the ability to detach when they wish to.
Yes, they do.
So in that sense, they do not have, COG does not have absolute control over them all.
No, she does not.
Okay.
You
you
could
very
have
much.
HIPAA write up clarification on that.
Yes, clarification needs to be made.
All right. So with that, you're able to have like a dinner with her while
Yeah.
talking over this documentation. So, a couple of days passed, about 3 of them. You've been working with your father, getting him to be more outgoing. He's still having full-blown panic attacks when he's around people.
Yep. Or doorways.
Or doorways.
I mean, told you if you pass over a doorway.
If you get disintegrated by one, you're going to get a little twitchy against all the others.
Yeah. And
That's kind of true.
Now
Hi,
you'll
Ann.
understand.
I always do that just as you take a little puff. It's like a waiter coming up to you when you have your mouth full of food. It's like, how's the food?
Every
They
fucking
Every
time.
single
fucking time.
Every single fucking time.
Or when I used to sweeten my tea, I would the waiter would come by and pour more tea in my cup. I was like, well, now I have to fucking sweeten it. Damn it.
Their timing is impeccable.
Yeah.
Don't get me
Kinda,
wrong. They're great. I love them. They make the world go round.
You head into the upper
Timing.
crust to look for your sister, and you actually walk up on Alufa and your sister, and you do a insight for me.
Inside is a 10.
A 10. That's
Yeah.
fair. You walk up on them and you hear a bit of the conversation that they're having, and Alufa looks over at Osling. And it's like, we can't force your sister to take the godhood, so if you need to take it, I'm willing to step aside and allow you to do what you need to do. And Osling's like, she has to stay here because she's already made headway here. And that's when you're able to jump into the conversation as you hear that small exchange.
What was it that Osling said? I didn't quite catch it.
That essentially you've already established your life here and that she's not going to take that away from you.
So basically, Alufa's trying to convince her to take the throne while I would continue being a druid.
Yep. And they both seem more or less in agreement upon that at the cost of both of their happinesses.
I think Cayenne would just clear her throat.
And Alufa nearly jumps and she's like, oh dear God, are you becoming a rogue?
No.
Rogue centaur. Great.
I can just see him staying on the very tip of their hooves. Or they're like the deer meme when he takes off the hooves and he has little hands underneath.
Oh God, no.
Oh my God, a centaur with hands instead of hooves.
Let's not. Let's not.
So, like, even on the back hoof?
Yeah. It's
No,
just like,
no
for,
one,
like, you know, hands on the...
It's the Mantar.
no one loves reverse centaur. I'm sorry.
Half man, half another.
No,
But
they would be lit on fire and sent through the most brutal torturing possible.
Yeah.
Not
Uh,
No,
allowed.
I think we're getting into
Alufa
PG
turns and she
territory here.
adjusts her coat and she's like, how are you?
Different. I never expected to be the second one in the party to get married.
And she just smiles and she reaches out and she grabs your hands and she's like, I'm really, really happy for you. Plus, you two make an adorable couple anyway.
I just still can't get over Lomion sacrificing his appearance for me. It's something I still can't wrap my head around.
You did something unimaginable, and you got a beholder to love something other than themselves.
I'd never thought about it that way.
And go ahead.
I may had overheard your conversations a little bit.
And Luke was like,
Hmm.
"Oh,
If you think that taking the throne means you would be sacrificing yourself away from Alufa, you would be wrong on that. I'm sure Alufa could go with you no matter where you go.
and
You
Osling's like,
you don't
is
go ahead.
you think that's true, Cayenne?"
Yes, because Lomion agrees the same. He told me if I took Father's place that he would be with me no matter where I went. So I believe the same for you if this is what you choose you would want to do.
Osling's like, you do know what I would leave behind for you, right? You would have to take over all my duties and be a queen.
I would be fine with this decision too.
And our family gatherings would be very strange.
Well, I do know that even if you were to take Father's throne, you could still be among everyone here.
And she's like,
Our aunt Osil, she actually has festivals and goes among the people to see them and interact with them.
and Osling just kind of smiles at this, and it's a rare sight. It's almost like watching Wednesday Addams smile. It's like it's almost serial killer type of smile when she smiles. And Alufa looks over. We're working on that.
Oh my god.
And Osling stops smiling. She's like, I'm trying to be more approachable.
It really does show.
I managed not to kill a dwarf.
That's good.
And Alufa looks over. I think I still have scars from when you were holding onto my arm, trying not to reach across the table.
Rage. Just pure rage is all I'm imagining.
Although the choice words from Id were quite wonderful. Huh?
Murder?
Oh, I'm sure.
I can only imagine as to what it said.
Osling's like, Id doesn't need to filter himself. He's permitted to say whatever he wants because he is a crow. And yeah, hearing a crow tell a dwarf they are the lesser side of a backside of a giant is quite amusing.
Pretty good.
I would have loved
ugliest
to
part
have
of a
seen
troll's
that.
ass.
I would have loved to have been there to witness this because I can only imagine the look on the dwarf's face was priceless.
The dwarf wanted to kill my bird, however, his wife said no.
That's just too good.
And you see Ed and I always forget your bird's name. It's such a pretty name too.
Ilma.
Ilma, yes. You see Id and Ilma up in the branches and are just kind of like cuddling like two songbirds.
No.
Aww. That's adorable.
that
I
they're
can only
happy.
imagine when they decide to play a game together.
And Lupa just looks over at you. That would be adorable. And Lupa looks at you, and she's like, let's go see your birds. You haven't seen them since you left.
I'm kind of scared to see how they'll react to me.
Osling's like, you look exactly like me. You're going to get mugged.
I had definitely heard that they had a baby. I had no idea that they were a breeding pair.
Neither did we, and now we do. And we also had to explain that we're sorry that the purple one got out and began eating the local cats.
That's fucking great.
Fuck 'em all.
That's gonna need to be worked on.
It wouldn't eat the dogs because they weren't enough of a challenge.
Some training's gonna need to be done.
And
I'm
now
pretty
you're-
sure I'm pretty sure Mongo wouldn't be too happy to hear this.
No, not at all. And they're quite more vicious when they're younger.
Looks like we're gonna have to take them out for their first hunt.
I hope you like
Outside
the
of
screams
civilization.
of prey, because it very much likes to play with its food. Oh, it also got its hands on a small child. The restoration bills were enormous.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
Uh,
No.
yeah,
The parents were screaming, and the child was crawling across the walkway with most of its calves and Achilles tendons missing as the bird decided to cripple it and listen to the screams, slowly stalking it.
Oh, good. Purple psychotic. Yay.
Purple is going to need
Very serious training.
yep. It's gonna need some serious reworking of that hunting brain.
Maybe get a hold of the ranger that sold red and blue.
What does
Maybe
Purple
they know
want?
how to.
Purple wants blood. Oh, look, a child! So,
The bird has ADHD brain for prey.
oh my god. Oh, that looks good. Oh no, that looks better. Oh, look, another one.
That's
So-
what I'm picturing right now because
Oh
it's
my
a
God.
child.
So you're taken back to where you had left them, where they're basically being kept in the upper house. And you head in, and Alupa opens the door, and you can see that there's runes along the door. She's like, we're free to pass through, but the mushrooms are not free to leave. And you see they've taken over an entire room to themselves.
Full society.
And,
right?
you see like there's like what would be equivalent to essentially tree houses built, and you can see like weird tribal symbols done and like little flames sticking up, and you can see like little war paths, and you can see like a bunch of like sticks with shaped stones sticking out of the ground in all sorts of areas, and some of the wall has like this giant scorch mark.
They have their own society now.
Yeah, they built the fucking Ewok village in there.
Yeah.
How big are any of them now?
They're quite a bit noticeably bigger. Blip and Blop are not that much bigger. But the biggest one is like, Rufio and the other one, the Tough Shroom.
Rufio is the tough shroom, isn't it?
Yeah,
Tough
Rufio
shroom
is
lizard.
the tough shroom.
Yeah. And Stella, she's a little bit bigger, and she's just kind of like, trying to manage the chaos not very well.
Wasn't one of them named Barf?
Ralph,
Ralph.
Ralph.
because you
Yeah.
Ralph when you smell
Yeah, there's
him.
actually a little swampy area in there, and you can see the toxic gas floating there, and you're like, that's probably where Ralph lives.
My question is, where's Lancelot,
That's
the
a good
vampire
question.
squid shroom?
We had to separate that one away from the rest of them.
Oh,
Let's see.
fuck.
Come along.
I will follow.
And you can see what looks like this crystalline cage, essentially, almost like a fish tank. And you see this giant, like, spear, like, shroom Lancelot thing. And the front of it opens. It looks like a needle. And you see the front of it open, and you see, like, rows of teeth along these tentacles that are intertwined. That are, like, reverse fish hooks with durations on them, almost like a shark.
Almost like an actual vampire squid.
Lancelot's become Hannibal.
Oh, he's evolved.
Yeah, we buy live prey for that one, and it's usually not good.
What prey does he normally go for now?
Baby pigs
Hmm.
and goats. And as you're watching the cage, you see the hood of this thing, like the squid. It kind of moves a little bit, and you can see just barely the shimmering outline of it as it goes invisible.
Oh no.
That's why we
I
have.
don't. I don't like that.
That's why we keep that one separate in that cage.
So he would probably end up slaughtering the rest of the mushrooms.
Yes.
I'm terrified for Lancelot to meet Angie. I do not want to know what their offspring would look like if Lancelot so much has taken a liking to Angie.
Lancelot, we tried to take him out hunting, and he launched himself through a guard.
I had told Lancelot that no one in this city is food.
Well, the guard was fully armored, so I guess Lancelot mistook it for something else. I've never seen, armor pierced like that unless someone, launched a ballista spear directly at a guard. New nightmare fuel unlocked.
A vampire squid shroom that can disappear and can go through full heavy armor.
There's a
That
reason
now-
why we have safety protocols and feed it within a contained space.
So much has changed since I left. Has it ever been figured out who the mushrooms worship now?
They constantly they kind of switch it up depending on the day. Some days it's Sky Cat, other days it's Abyssal Cat. Usually when they're
Okay.
marching to the banner of destruction, it's Abyssal Cat.
So chaotic as usual.
Oh, very chaotic. Did you know that Blip and Blob can now blow apart wood with their bangs
Whoa.
and deafen you? if you're in the vicinity.
Oh,
Oh, the living flashbangs.
Oh. That's terrifying.
I'm sure they're going to be really happy to see you as your mom.
I'm sure they'll be happy to see me too.
Kyon's like, I leave for 8 months and I come back to fucking nightmare fuel. And so they close the door to Mr. Angler of Death and the mushrooms, and they take you to the atrium where the birds are hanging out, and they instantly flock over to you and just start mugging you. You get a few nicks here and there from their feathers, as expected,
That's fine.
and they're making all
Just-
sorts of cheering and chippy noises and all excited. And then they go over and they just nudge their child forward, all proud.
look what we did! Aren't you proud, Mom?
I am very proud of what you two have created.
And the new foundling comes over and yomps on your ankle very gently. Not enough to hurt, but just yomps on it, like testing you to see if you're gonna back off.
Probably just wince the slightest bit and just stand there.
Alufa speaks in Faye. Good move. No, don't flinch and show fear to it.
I'd reply back, I have no reason to be afraid.
They speak common now too.
They speak common, not just understand common.
Well, they understand common.
Okay.
That's what she's getting at.
Yeah, I'd be speaking in Fae back to her for sure.
Like, that's kind of freaky.
So, if the birds have gotten to a point where we've tested them, they can eavesdrop on conversations and plan around whatever that they're devising as far as what they've heard.
They just get more scary, don't they?
It's quite fascinating. We would love to test their full range of capabilities, but we don't know what they can do. Also, where is Feisty?
I don't know where Feisty is gone since the meetings in Sir Mir. She had been on my headdress, and then she was on the table. But I don't know where she's gone outside of that, because that wasn't really discussed.
She's with Kippa until she can be small again.
Feisty's with
Can or
Pippa
wants
right
to be,
now.
I guess. Right?
Oh. Well, that explains why she's like, I have a large house guest.
Feisty is definitely different. She has her own free will, and she's basically a displacer griffin.
Oh, what?
What? That's awesome.
So remember when we were having to go baptize her?
Yeah, that she was allegedly dying?
She was. And Bramble wanted to take possession of Feisty as what I thought and felt as a type of trophy, when that's not the case. But we did manage to successfully get Feisty baptized and saved, but when she was reborn, she's got a normal four-legged body. She still has tendrils like a displacer beast, just more terrifying, and her tail has a fan of corvid feathers, and the feathers on her body are also corvid-like, and she has a hawk-like beak.
What in the gods did you pray to make her? What the? Aloof was like, great, great. I guess everything the family touches turns into nightmare fuel. I can't wait to see what I become.
She basically was gifted with the ability of free will to do as she chooses instead of being bound by what had her before.
Osline looks
Be-
over. So that means that Scabbard can no longer boss her around as a piece of meat.
Essentially, she can't be collared and controlled by anyone.
That's good.
And she's all by Kippa's orders, she is now a lady of the court, and she is to celebrate this. They're going to have a barbecue judging competition where she's the sole judge.
And Luke looks over. Yes, we've seen the flyers that there will be within the coming weeks a fall barbecue festival in the name of the Lady of the Market, and she is to judge it.
That would be feisty.
And nobody's been made aware that it's being judged by a displacer griffin.
Be one hell of a
Nope.
reveal.
It's gonna be a show for all peoples.
Wow.
A one in a lifetime experience.
And the bird is still hanging on to your ankle, and you can feel drool running down your foot as it's still holding on.
I'm gonna wait until it goes to nuzzle me before I touch them, because I don't want them taking a finger.
Eventually, after about half an hour, they let go and they finally nuzzle you.
I'd give them rubs around their beak, and regardless of how many cuts and nicks I'm gonna get, I'm going to try to scratch their neck.
Roll animal handling. Yeah, you've been probably helping organize the barbecue thing, putting flyers out, and still getting over your experience with Fought.
I think at this point I probably would have shared the information about the, of course, the egg and the things about thoughts that happened with the family.
Okay, we'll do something in a minute with that.
That was a natural 20.
Nice.
As you're scritching around, you realize you as you do with your druid things, you scritch around and you find that they really like the bottom of their feet scritched and rubbed, and they just kind of like poof up and just kind of roll over and melt like a very happy turkey. Their little
Turkeys-
tongue is hanging out.
Turkeys give the best hugs. They really do.
Really?
I've been hugged by a I've been hugged by a turkey before.
They're so
He's
stupid
hilarious.
though. So, jumping to the other event, Scabbard pulls you guys together to share some things with you.
So remember,
And he's been surprisingly quiet for a few days.
I was just kind of assuming because we were all running around doing stuff. I haven't really had much chance to chat with him.
how's everybody doing?
And it's under the circumstances, I would assume Scabbard, he would eventually get fed up with trying to locate each of you to get you in one spot. He just sent the guards after you again. He requested a royal meeting.
So, how's everybody doing?
Busy.
Yeah.
Quite a few things to do, you know.
Got two gnomes that like want to control each other's creations to deal with.
So that sounds like a mess.
Yes, it is. Your wife needs to clarify some lines in the contract.
You knew the amount of things she was doing. Trust me.
Oh, I met some great new gods today. Yes, because of you.
Can you Lame.
Well, when you ask the gods to go fetch someone, the gods have a tendency to meet that someone.
Yes.
You know, Scavard. Oh, that's right. You broke it by calling Kip in the middle of a freaking conversation
Yeah.
with royalty people. God damn.
They were still trying to fix it. I don't know how long it's gonna take. And yes, I understand everybody is busy.
Yes, but you could have asked Alufa, Oslin,
Cayenne, I sent you a
Dylan,
message.
Sonny to like
Literally,
use
guys.
theirs.
When I said everyone is busy, everyone was busy.
You do realize you could have just like left a note.
Yeah, notes.
And we would have,
Yeah,
seen
yeah.
that and then read it.
That is fair. I have some good news. Really good news, actually. No bad news, actually. Which is pretty great. So, first off, the good news. Well, the good news. Bots has helped me with a significant issue.
As it has a tendency to do.
What?
I don't exactly know where he came from, how or why. I was kind of taken aback when it happened, but essentially performed some sort of exorcism by pretty much drowning me. I'm pretty sure I died. I don't know.
What happened exactly?
So, Fought pulled. Was it that? I don't know for sure, but we were inside the Dreadlord's realm.
Oh, your pen pal.
And
I thought you said there was no bad news, you fucking liar.
it gets better. Fought is scary, okay? I don't know what he did. I don't know how he did it, and I don't know why. But I think he scared the Dreadlord because he has not bothered me. And I think Fought may have exercised him.
How many days ago was this?
About 3 or 4.
Cayenne, when's the last time he got into your pouch?
No. Was this like
He has not touched my pouch, nor has anyone touched
3 or 4
my
days
pouch
ago?
in a while.
Yes.
She just cracks up, just laughing, gut rolling laughs.
Because he sounds like he's been face deep into your pouch.
Fought apparently
Oh.
pissed on the Dreadlord.
See, this is what makes me think he has a problem with
Okay,
sobriety.
no.
Why are you
One
laughing so
one
hard?
second. Oh my god. Okay. So I went to the temple to go talk to a priestess, sorry, about, dealing with gnomes and misunderstandings of their gods' names and stuff like that. And, well, Thought was, like, totally about to get his ass, like, nucleated by the high priestess of this temple.
Which you guys have all met at some point.
The elf, the fire elf.
Elagan.
Yes. And so I pulled him aside just to give her a break. And seeing how, like, appreciative that she was of that moment of not having to deal with him, I simply told him, Spot, Scav is haunted. He might need you to talk to him.
Walk over
And
And-
he just left.
and then pick him up and hug.
You're now in a bear hug. And Cayenne, you're listening to this as you realize the sheer pandemonium that this fought was unleashed on Scavard.
Apparently, whatever Thought did either offended or horrified Victor, because we were immediately banished from his realm, and I have not heard anything of it since.
Oh my god.
Fucking what?
Yes.
I see
Wow.
Cayenne ready to say something.
I'm very terrified to consider Fought as an option to officiate my ceremony. Although his powers are impressive of what he can do with his holiness. Why?
He might bring your grandfather in. Wouldn't it be cool to have your grandfather give you away?
Oh my god.
If Fought made my grandfather angry,
Oh.
then a lot of people would suffer.
I don't know. That did scare the Lord of Dread.
Scare him or confuse him?
I think scared. I'm pretty sure scared.
You scared or intrigued him, entertained him. Because didn't you once say that if you can entertain the Lord of Dread, you'd be on his somewhat good side? Or just less under his radar?
I don't know for sure, but I do know that we were very promptly kicked out of his realm.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
it's an investigation.
Investigate. Okay.
Oh my god, this is hilarious. I just was trying to give that poor woman a break.
I do
18.
have this really amazing wedding gift from Lomion.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I needed a moment to stop laughing. Oh god.
Go ahead, Cayenne.
Essentially, it's a contract to go to one of Lomion's contacts in the Feywild, a Sphinx. Essentially, whoever I bring with me gets to ask a question that delves into the threads of time and fate itself.
So we can get truths of the things that have happened in the past instead of all this bullshit wondering what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
You can even swing it as far as, will we be okay in the end?
That is pretty significant.
We can look into the future.
Well, that's me as a DM letting you know.
Oh, okay.
We could ask any questions that literally could go into our lineage
That is
and find absolute truths.
That is some gift that you received. You should treasure it.
I figured that we could all go at some point and we could find out absolute truths.
Perhaps when we're much more seasoned. Let's be honest, we all still have so much more to learn.
Yeah, but if we knew absolute truths, we know how to better succeed.
Did you not hear what she said, though? Deepest reaches of the Feywild. Feywild's a dangerous place.
You don't know that very well. That's metagaming.
That's true. That's true.
So you don't know really anything about the Feywild. She does.
I just know about it's within the Feywild. We don't know anything about that. Cayenne would know the most.
As you're
From
doing
what
that, you
I've-
feel something in your pocket, and you pull it out, and you see it's a folded up, beautiful kind of like envelope.
Open it.
You break the seal and you open it, and there's a letter inside. Do you read it?
Carefully.
As you read it, it says, "We are no longer on speaking terms, and you are not welcome in my realm." Signed, Victor Von Shine. And the paper just bursts into flames.
Whoa!
What are you
What's that?
fucking doing?
You just got
Apparently,
unfriended
I'm no
by.
longer welcome within the Dreadlord's realm.
You just got unfriend listed.
Ah. Holy shit! Fought is awesome.
That's the most beautiful restraining order Scab will ever receive.
I definitely think I will be talking to Fott about potentially more information of my grandfather, at least.
There is one other piece of news.
So Victor just dumped your ass. Not even face to face.
He did it in a text.
I don't know exactly what Fott did, but I owe him a lot.
You just got broken up over text message.
I'm okay with this. I don't need that Psycho X.
But you have that Psycho X.
So, other piece of news. Pippa and I are going to be parents.
Well, yeah, I would expect you would do that someday.
No, I mean, there's already an egg.
What?
He like got married like what 8 months ago. Damn boy.
I'm glad she finally told you.
What you've known?
She swore me to secrecy just so we could focus on what we were doing out of safety for Scav.
That is fair.
It does make sense.
I believe that she thought it would be distracting to you as you were adventuring.
Definitely gives me another purpose, things to think about.
I'm excited for you.
There is so much that we need to do still. And this, all the craziness that we've been going through, it's certainly helped to put a smile on our face.
You know, maybe that ferry from the court, expecting that there might be possibly one of those vessels in the Fey court or in the Feywild. Maybe we can take care of two things at once. If we go to the Feywild instead of the Burning Temperament.
Well, you would know Kippa has ordered you guys to the Burning Temple.
That's something that we won't be able to do. We're under direct orders of my wife. She is the current acting leader of the War Council.
Yes.
Even as Emperor, I have to abide by what she says.
Yes, but you can say, hey, let me give you some more information.
That is true, but she already has a task force for us. Besides, at the moment, we do have to go ahead and take care of the issues within the actual Burning Temperaments, and the only one we know of that can do that to help us at the moment would be Priscilla.
And that just brings up the things that you have to deal with that situation.
I know each of us have our own problems. Perhaps we can help each other with them next time.
At this point, you've had a chance to talk to Cog, and she stated that she has declaration over it, even over because of her gnomish authority.
I need to talk with your wife.
That is going to be remarkably difficult, but I can definitely do it.
It doesn't
called an
have to be a
appointment.
big thing.
I understand.
I just need a couple minutes.
What are you talking about? He sent gods just to talk to us.
Yes.
Everything is grandiose.
Scav, don't you go to the same room with her at night?
Yes.
When you're together outside of business, you could simply ask if she would be able to spare a few minutes to speak with Nikolai.
I suppose I can. I just don't know if that would be... I don't know the correct word for it, but think about it. She deals with that all day. I guess I'll bring it up. It's definitely
At some point in
important.
time, Nikolai has to make an appointment with Kippa. We've got it.
Yes.
Yes. If it has to be an appointment, it has to be an appointment.
Understandable.
That's where you can say at your earliest convenience. Nikolai just needs a few moments of your time.
And that just reminds you about how quickly she's going through books.
Let's see. All right. I have an idea. We shall have an appointment set. I will arrange it so that way it'll be appointed for you, for Cog, Priscilla.
No,
and
not
for Tim.
all at once. I need to
Yeah.
talk to her first. That would be psychotic.
Might be the way to handle it.
You
Not at the sounds
Not-
of it.
you have tried to
Yes.
get them both in the same room. One walked in and saw the other one and just walked right back out. And the other one got up and left the room in the opposite direction.
Yes.
At some point,
There may
We'll
be
have
a
to-
some point, but I
But for
need to talk
now,
to your wife before we
yes.
get to that point.
yes, I will get that arranged.
Like if there
I-
has to be a point, I will lock them
Hold
into
on a
the.
sec. Diane is trying to say something.
If you need someone there for this meeting with Cog and everyone after things are talked about of importance, I can be there with you. I'm pretty good at mediating tempers.
Speaking of mediating, Mongo, Samir wants to speak with you directly, and he wants me to be present to try and keep check with things. He doesn't know the full extent of what's happened to him,
Yeah, somebody fucked with his mind.
but he does want to speak with you. So whenever you're able to,
If need be,
What
I'll
time
lock
of day is it?
It's so
Cog
morning.
and Tim in the
You guys,
experiment room.
someone is coming in and giving you breakfast. It's one of Kippa's. You're at Kippa's place, so in Scabbard's home. So you can take him upstairs and show him the egg.
oh, I definitely will. Once
And
once the
it's one of the servants there has brought in lunch for you guys. Quickly left, like,
Thank you.
thank you.
and
Thank
they
you.
don't say anything. They're just simply quiet. They're dressed in the ways that Kippa has them dressed for the job, mixed with what is royal.
I,
Maybe Cayenne can
found
help them
out-
get to the point.
I found out also that there may be a possibility that I may end up taking Osling's place here.
Oh,
So Osling would accept the place of your father's throne, and you would accept your place here within the kingdoms.
It's something that we need to have a heart-to-heart about because I want to make sure that Osling would be happy no matter what position she would take. I don't want her to feel like she's pressured to do one or the other.
The
All I
gods,
know is that Osling is a lot more happy when she's by Alufa's side, and she was worried that they would have to separate in order to take Father's throne. And when Lomion spoke to me, he said he would be with me wherever I went, including Father's realm. But I also found out that my aunt, Ocille, she has festivals that she attends in her name, and she actually goes within the realm of people and interacts with them and spends time with them.
I've heard that many times Carl often has visited people as himself directly, very directly.
Mongo, you know of Damiaru being understanding bards through
Yeah.
coin that essentially he more or less spends a lot of time among his people and the Five Kings.
I don't know
Yeah,
that
no,
there's
the,
anything.
Oh god, the orc one. Damiaru.
Yeah.
He basically hangs out in his own tavern.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything keeping any gods
I'll have to
from
learn about that one.
being amongst
Yeah.
the people unless they have some type of desire to not be.
I
I mean,
I know
hell,
this
Skycat
much.
and I cleaned the fucking temple at the Astral Sea.
know.
It wasn't the actual Sea Temple. It was actually like Sky Cat's, Ceiling Cat's, Sleepy's temple in the Great Desert where he lives.
Yeah.
And you did actually see a sign saying painting there in the corner that says "I hate sand."
I hate sand.
Well, the gods know that she deserves happiness with all she's been through. I honestly think that.
She,
Go ahead.
she actually, Alufa has changed her so much in the way that she actually avoided wanting to kill a dwarf,
That's impressive.
but apparently left scars on Alufa from clenching her arm from trying to keep from going over the table.
Holy shit.
Well, you know what the funny thing about this is, Kyan? Even if your sister does take the throne, there's still a chance you could end up as a deity as well. You already have millions of followers.
Your father and your aunt are both assume some type of deific responsibility, so I don't know why you and Osling couldn't
And
each have your own.
Nikolai and Mongo are right. The gods do sometimes roam amongst the people. Even Bahamut is said to walk amongst mortals.
No, sorry, out of character. Have you told us about your aunt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I showed the card with her sigil and explained her because I remember Mongo getting excited hearing she's the satyr goddess of mischief.
Yeah. And Nikolai said, see, there's nothing wrong with doing tricks on each other every once in a while.
She's essentially this this existence's version of Loki.
And the thing is, even within whatever throne world or realm that she would inhibit, she
Have
could
it.
always allow others to simply
He's got
enter
a
said
frog in
realm.
his throat.
Huh?
He has a frog in his throat.
The player has this to say, so if Cayenne and Osling's grandfather is the visage of Odin, her father would most definitely be Thor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
god,
then
I'm
you
just picturing
have
Chris Hemsworth as a
Loki.
centaur.
And then if Osling were to take the throne, would that make her Hela?
Yeah,
guess
And if
so.
Cayenne
yeah.
took the throne, would she be Freya?
I guess so.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're going with the Norse theme here.
Wow, what a hell of a family.
Yep.
I think eventually, as all things do when it comes to the divine, it'll work itself out in some weird way.
Going back to her analogy and the odds of like some of the characters finding their parents' weapons, like with Scav. Did Hovar have a hammer?
No, he actually had a Godslayer sword.
Okay, because I was kind of hoping he was going to have a hammer.
Uh,
If she got it, I gotta ask if she'd be Thor in the morning.
So it's the Godslayer sword that can actually become a glaive. The rumor has it can cleave a moon in half.
Holy shit.
Well, we all have our own problems to deal with. Perhaps we can help each other. I will get that arranged for you to speak with Keppa. In fact, I'm gonna pull out my calligraphy kit and start working on that right now.
But you have to go show the egg.
Hmm?
The egg.
Oh, that's right. You want to see? You want to see them?
Them. Oh, yes.
Wait, how many are there?
When it comes to X, you can't tell.
So you might have 1 or 5 in there?
No.
No, as in, we won't know if it's a boy or girl until it
Obviously.
hatches. So, them.
But
the
you were
most important.
whatever. Never mind.
It actually makes sense. Them. You don't know if it's boy or girl, so
Yeah.
you just pick the middle ground. Them. And you guys head into the room, and you see what they matron there, the Dragonborn. She's
Hello.
tending to it, and she looks over. Oh,
Still
Sir Scav.
saying
And you see this nice little like baby bin with the egg, and it's all wrapped up. And she's been changing the wrappings on it to make sure it's at a nice, ideal temperature. It's got like a little beanie on the top.
Do you know if you've had any art commissioned of it yet?
Huh?
Has there been any art commissioned of the egg?
I don't think so. No.
Ace, I have to ask you to stand still for a long time
Ace looks
and
over.
hold
like,
me with good vision. I wish to make a piece of art of the egg. Can you do this for me, buddy?
And Ace picks you up
Thank you.
and simply turns off and just becomes a statue.
I'm gonna look through my pouches to see if I have like a sprig of mistletoe or any kind of like flower that I could
All right. That's
leave
cool.
with the egg.
Essentially, Ace has gone to sleep.
Okay. Sweet. Good view of the egg?
Yeah.
All right.
You do
Sit
have,
down cross-legged, put my ease.
You do have
Start
some
drawing.
mistletoe, and because it's wintertime, it's abound, and you could just walk by and just pick it off of somewhere.
And it's been a week
Is
since
that-
I've last used the amulet. Using it right now.
I would
Not much of a
definitely
more
want
important
to
thing.
leave a sprig of mistletoe near the egg, not in its sleeping confinements, but just near it.
I guess technically this dragon one would probably be like a wet nurse with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
For sure.
definitely introduce her to the family and the family to her. She's the one who's basically helping with all this.
She's the day shift one, there's the night shift one, and they trade off. They each spend 12 hours here.
Damn.
And I am extremely grateful.
And that explains why security was so much higher at this location, because this is a highly protected location, essentially.
It's ready all the time
Yeah.
I need.
Yeah,
Right.
burn everything you want to on this one. And, yeah, you saw basically one of the royal wizards there. You saw some royal guards there. There's probably rogues there that you can't see. That if you come for this egg, you are essentially fighting through the royal guard. Do an Arcana for me.
14?
From what you pick up, you kind of stop and you look at the doorway a little bit, and you realize, oh, shit. You weren't even paying attention to it, but this house is just essentially ebbing with magical enchantments and protections and other things that you're like, holy shit.
This thing's been fucking locked down.
Indeed. Yes.
So, for the last few things of the night, what are you going to do?
I'm gonna go ahead, take out the clarificate, write out the essentially the written speculation for the appointment, and figure out what everybody else needs help with, and get those things arranged for everybody as well. Basically, I'm writing appointment meetings.
I'm going to stick it right here because Kippa will see it.
You are going to be her worst secretary ever.
Actually, ironically enough, Kippa has a personal assistant that's an Eric Croker that is a secretary bird.
I think we actually met that one in the first like actual like proper meeting.
This is a different one. And she is a very particular and fussy one to deal with.
Cayenne, do we know what your family crest looks like?
I thought I had a pendant that had to do with my family's crest.
Yeah, all of you do.
You mind?
I'm just trying to remember what the symbol was on it off the top of my head, and it's not coming to me right now.
Oh, it's really late, so I'm drawing a blank too.
Just go ahead and work on a small project for that. And just gonna do some woodworking as well.
I
Uh,
almost want to assume that my family's crest has to do with like a type of horseshoe, lightning bolts, and mountains.
It does sound very close, actually.
and sounds of death metal in the background.
Yeah.
That just sounds like the cover of an album from the 80s.
33 plus however much time I'm allowed to add.
Yeah. So you're able to do that, whatever Scav had asked of you.
Oh, go talk to Samir.
Oh yeah, I would have to be present for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
While waiting for him to get Samir, I think I need to look at a map.
All right. What's the map for?
Well, we're here. We got to go to the Burning Temperament and then into the Fire Plane from there. But somewhere along the lines, I need to find magic school.
To build your wand. Yeah. Yeah. You go back upstairs to check on Nikolai. He's done this beautiful rendition of the egg.
It's the best oval ever.
It's got beautiful shading.
I'm
all the
trying to
detail,
get as much detail, texture, and everything.
And you're just like, holy shit.
Using the special pen.
Yeah.
So, Scav and Mongo, you're able to set up that meeting. Sirmir is basically meeting him in the outside hall of where one of Kippa's meetings is taking place. So first-hand guards will basically step out to get a breath of fresh air and not have to deal with the nobility thing. You know, step out, grab a smoke, go back in.
Yeah.
So he's able to pull himself away for a few moments to speak to both of you. And, yeah, he steps out of the chambers and go ahead and talk to him.
Sir Amir. Mongo.
You called.
Take a step back from nothing.
He looks over at you. Please leave. I'm not going to attack him.
As you wish.
And he waits for you to fully leave, and Sirmir actually gets down to your level instead of towering over you.
Oh, wow.
Basically takes an Aegis to talk to you. And he's wearing full, like, Essen Crest armor plus his normal armor. Like, he is fully decked out, as he should be to protect Kippa.
Yeah.
And he's like, I just wanted to let you know something that I remember. It's a strange one. But you ever have a feeling when you remember something, you're like, that has to be true because it keeps coming back to you? I remember something peculiar about your mother. She had very interesting talents. And there were some times when she seemed to actually speak to her parents that weren't there. As if she might be conjuring them back with her abilities.
Creation wizards there. One of their own.
It's an odd way to be haunted by the loss of your parents. I don't think that that is actually a very healthy thing, as you're pulling those that are already moved on away from where they're supposed to be back to a plane of where they died. That's just something that came to my mind that I wanted you to be aware of.
Have you noticed Sunny doing anything like that?
No? Sunny's just been Sunny. She still carries around that potted plant wherever she goes and speaks to it. I think that's her thing that she speaks to. And Sunny is, of course, doing her wizard things that I will never understand.
She's the same type of wizard as Jewel.
Huh.
Which is why I ask. Why I asked.
I don't think she can conjure out Maggie as he is among the living.
The other one, however.
My memories are not trustworthy, but that one seems trustworthy. Is there a cat throwing up on your foot?
No, just on the floor next to me.
Oh, party foul.
Watch your step.
Poor kitty cat.
And he just pats you on the shoulder.
Hairballs.
He's like, and he stands up fully, like, towering over you once more. And he's like, I need to get back in.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mungo. And he turns and heads back inside. That giant, hulking, apparently fucking kobold that almost stands 6 feet fucking tall.
Yep. Who gets bigger, the angrier he gets.
Yeah, and more kaiju-like.
Oh, good. He doesn't Hulk out. He just Godzilla's out.
Maybe his theme song is the Pacific Rim main theme.
Such a beautiful song.
Yeah, it is. So you're able to start setting up the various things that need to be done. Well,
So excited.
you're going to get to have to speak to Kippa
Yes.
to sort out this mess
Yes.
because it is way worse than you could have imagined.
Yes. Even though I brought it up to Cog, where she's wrong, she refuses. Listen.
Cayenne, where would you be off to do stuff?
I'd probably either go to find Osling and Alufa and spend time with them, or finally go down to Goblin Row and see what's going on.
Oh no.
You're able to meet up with you're able to meet up with Alufa, and she heads down with you as she's got time in between her duties. And you head down to Goblin Row, and it's a lot more developed now, and you see various shops there. And she stops you before you enter. She's like, "No, don't do that.
Go in disguise.
Don't go in as yourself." And you see towards the middle of the town, as goblins do, down the main market section of Goblin Row, where their stores are set up, you see very crude statues of the goblin gods, and one of a very crudely done centaur that is holding a goblin in their hands and ascending it to the sky to reach for the stars.
My God. I'd definitely be taking on a disguise as I go in, but I have a feeling they're going to recognize me anyway.
Just out of curiosity, what are these statues made out of? Duct tape and dreams?
Anything they can get their hands on to build with.
Also, mud sticks and dreams.
That's really actually impressive.
And yeah, you're able to get a costume made by Alufa. She actually does you up very differently, where you actually look like you're more of a very princessy noble, nothing like the normal Cayenne. And it's almost like, oh no, I've been Barbified.
You have that mantle too, don't you? You can change your
That's
form
right.
altogether.
Yeah, you do have that mantle.
But you've not used it.
I haven't used it yet because I don't know if it needs to be attuned or not. The only thing that I've used is my Faces of the Wild, and if I were to use that here, I don't know
The
what I'm gonna
Cayenne
look
has
like.
performed an active miracle before the goblins. She can take the form of many animals, as goblins can take the form of many jobs.
Oh,
What was that item called, Cayenne?
It is The Mantle of Vier. It's underneath. It's in my inventory and my equipment underneath the focus of the Arcane Druid.
It does need attunement.
Yeah. So
So
I
that
can't use it yet.
Have you used all 3 of your slots?
No, I haven't used all 3 of my slots. No.
Yes, you would actually be able to attune that item because you have 2 slots free still.
I'd probably do it at another time because there's no telling how long it would take to attune it.
Now I just remember Dungeons and Dragons when he's trying to attune to the helmet.
I just watched that movie last night.
Dude, that movie is so fun.
So fun.
I love the fucking Fat Dragon.
Oh. The fact that they didn't yell out, "Oh lordy!"
Bardic performance.
So I
So,
watched it last night, and to see.
Go ahead, Cayenne.
Basically, if this were attuned and I were to use this mantle, the only thing it would change is it would just turn me more into a satyr instead of a centaur. It wouldn't actually change how I look elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
It's still badass.
The only thing that changes my form completely is the mask.
Gotcha.
So, you're able to go into Goblin Roll. Roll a disguise for me.
Would that be what, deception?
Yeah.
Well, if a roof is open, then I'd give her.
Huh?
That's
if
a
a roof
22.
is open, or wouldn't it give her advantage?
You rolled a fucking 22.
You get an at 20.
Yeah, you're heading through into the Goblin Road, looking at how much more updated it's been. You can see they have a full school. They have a little marketplace for goblin goods and trades. You can get a better look at the statues, and you're like, oh god, they made a statue of me.
I'm probably dying inside just a little bit. Like, why does being good ascend you to this?
And you see the goblins actually pay tribute. They'll put like paint or something in a hand, walk up and touch the base of the statue, and you see all these handprints overlaid where the goblins have walked by and touched the various statues as appreciation.
That's cool.
That's actually pretty cute.
And with Cayenne visiting her loyal subjects, we will
Sweetie cat.
call it for the night here, and then we will pick up next week. Boy, plans.
Yeah, we still got to get some gear to actually survive the fucking fire plane.
We need plans.
Yeah, you guys need gear to survive the heat. Mongo's like, I need shoes. Fireproof shoes.
Plans.
Yeah.
Within plans.
Don't.
Can you?
I think Cayenne's only reaction to going to the elemental plane of fire is like, why do I need clothes?
It's gonna be toasty.
He's hot.
It's hot.
You know what? I think the goblins might actually have something. I don't know how long it'll last, but it's like, oh, you're going to the fire plane. Here's blocks of ice. Strap them to your feet.
Nate,
Yes, there.
she just did something in the corner.
Sweetie, what are you doing?
She just did you know what there.
Really?
Yep.
That confirms things.
Anyway, that's for something else. So, with that, we're going to go ahead and call it a night. We will see you next week. We hope you have a safe week. And we're excited to see where this goes. It's good to have some downtime. Maybe next time, Spot will grace somebody else. You have a good night. Say good night, everybody.
Night,
Good night.
everybody.
Night,
Good
everybody.
night,
Join our
everybody. Thanks for
Discord.
joining
Tell your
us.
friends too.
Yes, share our shenanigans of like our insanity.
You know, I told one.